Chapter 1. First time I've ever walked through a haunted house and felt nothing, one student muttered. The props look cheap, said another. I wasn't scared for a second, felt more like a comedy sketch. Please. We're materialists, a third scoffed. There's no such thing as ghosts. Told you we should have stayed at the hostel, the last groused. I was about to level up in my game. The four students revved their motorbikes and peeled away from western Jeojeong City's House of Horrors, leaving Chen Ge behind with a half-ream of flyers dangling from his fingers. He watched them go, chin dipping in a slow, resigned nod. Fear, he knew, was an art, but high-definition horror films had toughened modern nerves. For most patrons, a haunted house walk-through now felt about as thrilling as a stroll around the block. Boss. A sharp female voice cut through the dusk. Chen Ge turned to find a slender zombie nurse sprinting from the haunted house, face paint cracking, eyes blazing. What's wrong, Xiao Wan? He knew her real name, Su Wan, one of the temp actors he'd hired for the season. Those ruffians tried to take advantage of me, she hissed, fists clenched. So, she's here to lodge a complaint, Chen Ge thought. That's vile. Won't even leave a zombie in peace. I'll have the park manager pull the security footage. No need. She flicked a finger at the fresh red smear on her costume. When he grabbed for me, I swung first. See? Not fake blood. Good, good. A girl should know how to defend herself, Chen Ge said, swiping cold sweat from his brow. He turned toward the setting sun, its fading light casting long shadows across the pavement. Looks like we're done for the day. Doubt we'll get any more visitors. Go let the others know they can clock out early. But Su Wan didn't move. He glanced at her. Something else. Boss. She hesitated, then slowly pulled two folded papers from her pocket. These are resignation letters. Tao Ming and Xiao Wei asked me to give them to you. They said you've been a great boss. They just didn't have the heart to tell you in person. They're quitting. He accepted the letters. A beat later he sighed. Well, everyone's got their own path. Let them go chase it. If that's all, you can head out too. Okay. I'll go take off the makeup. After the cute little zombie disappeared inside, Chen Ge lit a cigarette in silence. It had been 6 months since his parents vanished without a trace. All they'd left behind was this haunted house. In their memory, Chen Ge had quit his day job and thrown himself into keeping the place alive. But times had changed. Horror, once a guaranteed draw, now faced stiff competition and higher expectations. What scared people once quickly lost its edge. Keeping things fresh demanded time, money, and manpower, not exactly resources in abundant supply. 4 weeks now, the haunted house had been bleeding money. Ticket sales barely covered utilities. I don't know how much longer I can keep this going, he muttered. He crushed the cigarette underfoot and turned to head back inside, only to spot a middle-aged man in a new Century Park uniform approaching. Chen Ge quickened his pace like a cornered rat trying to bolt. You think you can just pretend you didn't see me? Uncle Su's hands clamped down on Chen Ge's shoulders. We need to settle this. You're 2 months behind on rent and utilities, and management's breathing down my neck. Time to pay up. Uncle Su, it's not that I won't pay. I'm flat broke. Please, give me 1 more month. That's what you told me last month. I swear, this is the last extension. Chen Ge patted his chest for emphasis. Haunted houses are old news, kid. Stop being stubborn. Spotting the resignation letters in Chen Ge's grip, Uncle Su eased his hold. You're young. You could start fresh in another line of work. Why put yourself through this? Uncle Su, I know you're just trying to help, Chen Ge said, his voice low, almost as if he didn't want the wind to carry it. But this haunted house. It's all I have left of them. I'm just not ready to let go of my parents' memory. The older man didn't reply right away. As the amusement park manager, he knew about Chen Ge's loss. After a long pause, he let out a sigh. All right. I get it, he said. I'll talk to the higher-ups, see if I can buy you a few more weeks. Thank you, Uncle Sue. Don't thank me yet. If ticket sales don't improve, we'll be right back here, just with fewer options. Once the manager walked off, Chen Ge headed back inside and got to work, checking the props, fixing what he could, sweeping, wiping, tightening bolts. The usual lonely ritual of keeping the place alive. The fake blood in the maintenance room's almost out. I'll need to order more. If I angle this corridor just a bit to the left, I can create a tighter blind spot for jump scares. Damn it, this puppet's busted already. I'll have to fix it tonight. Where's the light bulb I installed last week? Did someone seriously steal it? To outsiders, Chen Ge might have looked like a quirky young entrepreneur running a run-down haunted house for kicks. But only he knew how grueling it really was. A haunted house was still entertainment, but it played on a different register. Trapped in a space engineered for fear, visitors' minds and bodies stayed locked in a state of hyper-alertness. The catharsis that followed, a breath, a scream, a laugh, was its own kind of therapy. Like a massage, just darker. Most haunted houses were one-trick ponies. The smartest business model was mobility. Set up, scare, move on. That way, there was always a fresh crop of thrill-seekers. But Chen Ge's place? It was rooted in one spot, which meant it needed buzz. Serious, constant buzz, or it would rot where it stood. The fact that he'd kept it alive this long was already something of a minor miracle. Dragging a busted puppet behind him, Chen Ge made his way into the maintenance room. He'd majored in toy design back in college, and all the traps, props, and machinery were his own handiwork. Repairs, repainting, patching. None of it was glamorous. It was just part of the grind. Still need that fake blood, he muttered. If I remember right, there's some left in the attic. The haunted house had 3 levels. The first 2 were for the attraction itself. The third, just dusty storage. Chen Ge pushed open the wooden attic door. A haze of dust and wood shavings greeted him, along with shelves cluttered with leftover materials. Props, tools, odds and ends his parents had used back when they ran the haunted house. He rarely came up here. Too many memories clung to the walls. Hard to believe it's already been half a year, he murmured. The old equipment brought back flashes of his childhood. Back then, the family business had been mobile. They'd toured the country with their haunted setups. When his parents were busy running shows, they'd stash him behind the scenes, surrounded by fog machines and bloodied mannequins. While other kids were stacking blocks or solving puzzles, Chen Ge had been chasing shadows with a rubber human head tucked under one arm. These are all precious memories, he said softly, almost to himself. Chen Ge wandered through the attic without much purpose, dust trailing behind his steps. Eventually, he found himself in front of a weathered wooden box, the one holding the last few belongings of his parents. Inside were just 2 items, a rough, handmade doll and an old black cell phone. The doll was familiar, his first attempt at toy-making as a kid. The phone, though, he had no memory of it. Both had been recovered from an abandoned hospital deep in the countryside, the same place his parents had visited the night they vanished. Even the police had no explanation for what they'd been doing there. "Where did you 2 go?" he whispered, picking up the doll and giving its round, plush face a gentle squeeze. With a sigh, he added, "I should get that fake blood. If I can't ride out this off-season, this haunted house might be done for." He was speaking to himself, but just as the words left his mouth, the black phone, silent for months, flickered to life, casting a dim, cold glow through the dust. What the hell? Some kind of dark tech, or supernatural glitch. Most people would have bolted at that eerie glow, screaming all the way down the stairs. Chen Ge just narrowed his eyes and picked up the phone, turning it over in his hand. Weird. I've tried to power this thing on at least 100 times. Nothing ever happened. So why now? He stared at the screen. This was found the same night my parents vanished. Could they be trying to reach me? He swiped to unlock it. The home screen loaded against a pitch-black background. Only one app was visible, An icon shaped like a haunted house. Chen Ge leaned in. Wait, that looks just like my haunted house's entrance. Brows furrowed, he tapped the icon. A single message appeared on screen, the letters smeared in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. Do you believe there are ghosts in this world? Chen Ge stared. As far as he was concerned, that was a metaphysical landmine. And for someone who'd studied mechanical engineering, it wasn't the kind of question that had a clean, logical answer. There should be, Chen Ge muttered. A few seconds later, the screen shifted, and a new message appeared. What you believe is the answer. From this moment on, you are the officially new owner of the haunted house. Of course, this is not cause for celebration. Before the tutorials end, take this final piece of advice. Suicide is the act of a coward. Do everything you can to survive. Chen Ge blinked. What the hell? He scratched his head. That pompous tone definitely sounds like something my old man would write. He tapped the app again. Another window opened. Western Jiujiang Haunted House. Status: on the brink of closure. Reputation: 0. Daily visitors: 4. Monthly visitors: 10. Team of ghosts and ghouls: none. Item storage: empty. Achievements unlocked: none. Current available scenarios: set pieces. Night of the Living Dead. Shoddy props, untrained actors, incoherent plot. Scream factor: 0 star. Ming Hun, corpse bride. A couple torn apart in life, eternally bound in death. One grave, shared vows beyond the veil. Scream factor: 0.5 stars. Unlockable scenarios. Murder by midnight. A deranged patient roams a crumbling apartment complex. His hands: mallets and scissors. He's right outside your door. Scream factor: 1 star. The third sick hall. Every night, strange sounds echo from the abandoned hospital's third wing. As a reporter, your job is to uncover the truth. Scream factor: 3 stars. The haunted hearse. Once the hearse door shuts behind you, the clock starts ticking. Escape within an hour, or become part of the cargo, forever. Scream factor: 2 stars. Daily mission. Complete missions assigned by the haunted house system to unlock new, more terrifying scenarios. Rewards scale with difficulty. Expansion conditions. Monthly visitors: over 100. Reputation: above 60%. After 3 successful expansions, the haunted house will evolve into the maze of terror. Haunted Wheel of Misfortune. Expend Fright points, earned from scaring visitors, to spin the wheel. The decree of life and death is never man's to make. Fortune and misfortune are separated by a thread. Spin for a chance at spirit fruits to extend your life, or baleful specters burning with hate. Chapter 2. A curious daily mission. The app with the haunted house icon looked like any other hit management game, except this one wanted you to run a haunted house instead of a hotel, aquarium, or pet store. Chen Ge stared at the screen, one question looping in his mind. Why would the phone my parents left behind contain this bizarre app? Every statistic matched his real attraction. Daily visitor numbers, available scenarios, even the grim revenue forecast. The overlap unsettled him. The in-game haunted house mirrored the failing one he struggled to keep open. Both operations tottered toward closure. The parallels were too sharp to dismiss. Was this game built on data from my place? He muttered. If something changes in the game, will it change out here too? Chen Ge scrolled through the interface. The current scenario, Night of the Living Dead, had been absolutely trashed by reviewers. Even Ming Hun, the one that had once made the local papers, barely scraped together a half-star rating. If Ming Hun only pulls a 0.5, I don't even want to imagine what the locked ones are like, he murmured. He tapped on the grayed-out options, but a pop-up blocked his way. Complete a set number of daily missions to unlock additional scenarios. So that's it. Daily missions are the key. Finish enough, Unlock more scenarios. Unlock more, draw in more customers. Maybe even save the haunted house. Chen Ge, a seasoned mobile gamer, quickly saw the loop. Mission completion dictated progression. The haunted house's future now hinged on his ability to play the game, both in the app and in real life. After tapping on daily missions, 3 choices appeared. Easy mission. There are 3 essential elements to a truly terrifying haunted house: story, scenario, and mood. A haunted house without a story is a haunted house without a soul. Please write the background narratives for the 2 existing scenarios: Night of the Living Dead and Ming Hun. Normal mission. Repair all the mannequins inside the haunted house before midnight. Nightmare mission. Still not fully convinced that ghosts exist? Then let's play a little game. The truth will reveal itself once you open your eyes. A new set of daily missions will be available each night at midnight. Only 1 mission may be selected per day. Rewards are tied to mission difficulty. Warning: the harder the mission, the more dangerous it becomes. Choose wisely. After reading the mission details, Chen Ge sucked in a sharp breath. The missions have to be done in real life, he muttered. Isn't that solid proof this game actually affects the real world? To test his theory, he decided to take action. Since he could only choose 1 mission per day, and the rewards scaled with difficulty, the most tempting option was clear: go big or go home. But that ominous warning gave him pause. This is tricky, he murmured. The nightmare mission's so vague. It screams trap. Might be smarter to start with something manageable. He settled on the normal mission. Fixing props wasn't glamorous, but it was doable, and unlikely to end with him waking up in a body bag. Chen Ge didn't waste time. Toolbox in one hand, a full bucket of unopened fake blood in the other, he set off to inspect every mannequin scattered throughout the haunted house. Night had fallen. To save on electricity, Chen Ge hadn't even bothered turning on the corridor lights. With a flashlight wedged under his armpit, he twisted and squeezed his way through the dim, echoing halls of the haunted house, adjusting and repairing every mannequin that needed attention. If anyone had caught a glimpse of him crawling around in that setting, alone, in near-total darkness, lugging tools and fake blood, they'd likely have called the police on the spot. I didn't expect this many mannequins to need work, he muttered. Serves me right for slacking off. At exactly 11:45 p.m., his phone buzzed with a mission completion alert. Normal mission complete. Attention to detail helps create the perfect terrifying atmosphere. Congratulations, reward unlocked. Background music. Black Friday. Wait a second. Wasn't Black Friday that banned song from overseas? Chen Ge frowned. The one rumored to trigger suicidal thoughts? They said the original score vanished ages ago. A digital image of a CD now sat in his item inventory. What kind of mission reward is this? He muttered. Is this all some elaborate prank? He tapped the CD icon. A melody began to play, unfamiliar, yet instantly oppressive. It whispered of darkness, drenched in melancholy and isolation, as though the very air turned colder with each note. The world around Chen Ge seemed to dissolve. One blink, and he was no longer in the haunted house but standing inside a long, lightless corridor that stretched endlessly in both directions. When the song finally ended, he came back to himself, back soaked in cold sweat, breath uneven. F***CK. This is real. This has to be the original track. The game had rewarded him with something tangible, something dangerous, and that fact alone lit a faint, flickering hope in his chest. Chen Ge quickly stopped the music and saved the file with meticulous care. With the task complete and the adrenaline fading, he returned to the break room to rest. He lay down, but sleep wouldn't come. His body was exhausted, but his mind wouldn't quiet. Too much had happened, and the night refused to let him forget it. Before he realized it, midnight had come and gone. Chen Ge was still lying on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling. Can't sleep at all, he muttered. Restless and bored out of his skull, he grabbed the black phone from the nearby table. Midnight's passed, The daily missions should have refreshed by now, right? He opened the app. As expected, the daily mission screen had updated with a new set of tasks. Easy mission. To deliver a truly frightening experience, you must first master the rhythm and tempo of fear. Triggering scares too early might kill the tension. Consider installing sound detectors or surveillance cameras to monitor visitor movement throughout the haunted house. Normal mission. One hand alone cannot clap. A great haunted house needs a great team. Recruit new talent to join you on your dark little journey. Nightmare mission. Still not wholly convinced ghosts exist? Then let's play a little game. The truth will reveal itself once you open your eyes. A new set of daily missions is available every midnight. Only one mission may be selected per day, and rewards scale with difficulty. Warning: the more difficult the mission, the more dangerous it becomes. Choose wisely. The updated missions threw a wrench into Chen Ge's already fragile plans. The easy mission, installing surveillance equipment, was technically doable, but the budget just wasn't there. Every spare coin was already stretched to keep the haunted house breathing. The normal mission wasn't any better. His two veteran employees, who had stuck it out through thick and thin, had both quit recently. Even if he ran a recruitment ad tonight, it would take days to hire and train anyone. By the time a new hire could actually help, the place might be shuttered for good. With both the easy and normal missions effectively off the table, Chen Ge's eyes drifted to the last option, the one that practically radiated danger. The harder the mission, the better the reward, he murmured, staring at the ominous prompt. A faint chill prickled the back of his neck. Should I give this nightmare mission a try? Chapter 3. I know you're still not entirely convinced that ghosts exist. In that case, how about a little game? The truth will be revealed when you open your eyes. As previously noted, the nightmare mission's description was maddeningly vague, but it radiated an unmistakable chill. Going by the introduction, it seems to involve some kind of game. But how does playing a game qualify as a nightmare mission? Chen Ge had spent hours grinding through the normal mission, working non-stop to repair a horde of mannequins. Now, phone in hand, a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. Should I give it a shot? The moment the thought took shape, it slithered through his mind like ivy, creeping into every corner. Nightmare missions give the best rewards. And since I've already failed the easy and normal ones today, this might be my only shot. The haunted house would close if he couldn't survive the off-season. Chen Ge knew exactly how precarious his situation was. Having stumbled upon this sliver of hope, he refused to let it slip away. So be it. I'll have to tackle a nightmare mission eventually. Why not now? He sat upright in bed and tapped the final mission. Are you sure you wish to accept the nightmare mission? After acceptance, unknown circumstances may occur. Yes. The screen flared, and the full mission details appeared. It requires extraordinary courage, prodigious luck, and a touch of help to see the hidden world. The game is called Another You in the Mirror. Enter the bathroom alone at 2:04 a.m., close the door, and turn off the lights. Face the mirror with a candle burning between you and it. Then shut your eyes, focus, and slowly chant your name. Anything can happen in the dark. An unfamiliar face may appear in the mirror, a pair of eyes might lurk in the corner, or blood could drip from the ceiling or walls. Whatever occurs, remain silent and stay before the glass. After 30 minutes the mission will auto-complete, provided you do not open your eyes at any point. Chen Ge's heart twinged. Could there really be a world hidden from ordinary sight? With time to spare before 2:04 a.m., he postponed the bathroom trip and began searching online. Every result was a ghost story. Players cursed after attempting the ritual, friends who vanished, families convinced loved ones had been pulled into the mirror world. Every single one of these sounds so authentic. The deeper he read, the more intrigued Chen Ge became. As the operator of a haunted house, dreaming up ways to terrify people, safely, was part of his daily grind. But this felt like a door opening to something far beyond props and jump scares. It's weirdly exciting to play a scary game in the middle of the night inside a haunted house. He checked his phone's battery. This moment needed to be recorded. I'll film the whole thing. If it's really as terrifying as people claim, maybe I can turn it into a new scenario for the haunted house. He searched the room for a candle and a lighter. When the clock struck 2 a.m., he gathered the supplies and headed to the bathroom on the first floor. Choosing the first-floor bathroom for the game wasn't random. It was a calculated move. If anything went sideways, Chen Ge could at least dive out the window. The haunted house was oppressively quiet at night. Lights off, because he was too cheap to turn them on. A lone young man stepped into the narrow, claustrophobic toilet armed with nothing but a flashlight and a candle. A dark, confined space is perfect for stirring fear in the human heart, he muttered. Bathrooms are typically soaked in energy. Mirrors, cisterns, utterly mundane objects, yet they amplify psychological tension. Whoever designed this game knew exactly how to exploit the cracks in the human psyche. They crafted fear using the most ordinary tools imaginable. To Chen Ge, it was the perfect case study, an unexpected masterclass in horror design. Real terror doesn't need elaborate setups. It just needs to magnify the anxiety already buried in the human heart. Chen Ge drew a slow breath, then hit record on his phone. I don't know what this game will lead to, but if anything happens to me, I hope whoever finds this phone keeps the video. It's a key, a valuable key to unlocking layers of deception. He placed the phone beside the cistern, adjusting the angle until both he and the mirror were in frame. It's already 2:01 a.m. 3 more minutes. Waiting for death was always worse than death itself. In the silence, every creak and echo in the bathroom felt amplified, unnatural. As the seconds ticked by, his heartbeat grew louder, faster. He checked the phone again. When the minute hand hit 4, he turned off the flashlight and lit the candle. Just as the instructions said, he set it between himself and the mirror. The flickering flame became the room's only source of light, twisting and wavering between the real world and its mirrored counterpart. It almost seemed like a guide, an eerie little beacon pointing the way for whatever might be watching from the other side of the glass. Chen Ge stared at his reflection and felt a strange sense of unease crawl over him. Has the game started? He muttered. He lowered his head and shut his eyes, then began to murmur his name softly. Chen Ge, Chen Ge, Chen Ge. Repeating one's own name creates a kind of psychological detachment. What once felt familiar begins to sound foreign, like staring at a Chinese character long enough to forget how to write it. To avoid falling into that mental trap, he deliberately left a 3-second pause between each chant. It helped keep the rhythm, and gave him a way to track time. The mission's rule was simple but merciless. Keep your eyes closed for the full 30 minutes, no matter what happened. Standing alone at 2 a.m. in front of a mirror, playing a game that involved nothing but a candle. In a haunted house, no less, Chen Ge had to admit, if he weren't doing this himself, he'd never believe anyone could be this stupid. He kept chanting his name, letting the repetition roll on as stray thoughts crept in like static. This game thrives on psychological terror, he thought. The real challenge isn't confronting ghosts or curses. It's stopping your own mind from spiraling. You start imagining things, and the fear builds itself. As long as I keep my eyes shut, I'll be fine. But that was easier said than done. Because 10 minutes in, something happened. Chapter 4. Surprise Reward. A cold draft slid through the half-latched restroom window, brushing Chen Ge's cheek like an invisible hand. The stall doors creaked under the wind's touch. Water pooled in a ceiling corner dripped onto the tiles, sending insects skittering. Each patter prickled his skin as though the creatures crawled over him. In the hush, every sound ballooned. Where most nerves would have snapped, Chen Ge's, tempered since childhood and dulled by a naturally slow perception, held steady. He cleared his mind and resumed counting the seconds. Roughly 20 minutes passed before the temperature plunged, as if blocks of ice had been stacked around him. A shiver racked his spine. Calm down. Don't psych yourself out. 10 minutes left. You've got this, Chen Ge. A curious draft curled around his ear, as though something unseen were circling him. He clenched his fists until the veins stood out, yet his body felt locked in stone. Chen Ge, Chen Ge, Chen Ge. He repeated the name like a charm. With 5 minutes to spare, he sensed the candle's flame sputter and die, and another presence in the dark called to him. Echo. Not a chance. Chen Ge. The voice sounded urgent, as if bearing a crucial message. It's coming from outside. Should I look? The thought flared, then he crushed it. The rules were unambiguous. Stand before the mirror. Move nowhere else. He kept the countdown running in his head while the voice at his ear warped and wavered. Now he was certain someone outside the restroom door was calling his name. They're the ones panicking? I'm the one playing. Why are they so desperate? Obvious trap. Amateur hour. Chen Ge curled his lip. The ambience was solid, but the scare tactic was painfully on the nose. In the final 3 minutes, a shrill rasp scraped across the door, nails or teeth worrying the wood. The latch groaned, ready to surrender. 1798. 99. 2000. 30 minutes exactly. Every sound snapped off, leaving a vacuum of hush. To avoid miscounting, he kept his eyes shut for 300 more heartbeats, then stepped back, crossed his arms over his chest, and blinked into the dark. The candle was out. Darkness pressed in from every angle. Something in the room felt off, subtly, but unmistakably displaced. Chen Ge flicked on his flashlight. The beam cut through the shadows, and what it revealed made his breath catch. The mirror before him was fractured, a web of cracks splintering across the surface. Dozens of fragmented reflections stared back at him, twisting the scene into something disorienting and surreal. But what truly froze him wasn't the mirror. A broken doll sat in front of it. Its button eyes gleamed in the beam, stitched into a patchwork face. Stuffed with cotton, the doll was old, worn by time, but it meant everything to Chen Ge. It was his first creation. The same doll that had been left behind at the scene of his parents' disappearance. Now it leaned against the mirror as if holding something back, something trying to come through from the other side. Wait, the door was locked. How did you get in? The window. Forget that. How are you moving by yourself? Chen Ge's reality listed sideways. He needed a moment to absorb it. Man and doll stared each other down for nearly 3 minutes before sensation seeped back into his fingers. He inched toward it. Those button eyes seemed to follow him. A twitch tugged at his mouth. Giving the doll a wide berth, he snagged the phone lying beside it. Good thing I planned ahead. The recording had finished. He backed it up, then pressed play. Grain blurred the screen. Candlelight wavered in the gloom. The Chen Ge before the mirror looked tense, but the reflection lounged with eerie composure. The first 10 minutes passed uneventfully. Then, at the 11-minute mark, the strangeness began. The wind's moan didn't register on the recording, but the video clearly showed the stall door swaying. Then, static. The feed stuttered into white noise. By all accounts, it should have been nothing more than mildly odd, yet it radiated an uncanny dread. Maybe it was humanity's baked-in fear of darkness and the unknown, but Chen Ge felt his skin tighten all the same. As the footage played on, his face drained of color. He remembered standing perfectly still, eyes closed. He was certain of it. Yet in the video, his body leaned forward, slowly, steadily, as if trying to press into the mirror. At the 25-minute mark, he was bent nearly 70 degrees, the tip of his nose a whisper from the glass. Then, without warning, spidery fractures laced across the mirror's surface. Even through a screen, the moment made his heart stutter. And then it got worse. The Chen Ge in the mirror moved. His expression twisted into a grin, wide, feral, and he began to slam against the glass with crazed intensity. The instant the reflection lunged, the candle went out. End of video. The camera angle hadn't captured the doll at all. Whatever had happened in those final 5 minutes, Chen Ge had no idea. So the thing in the mirror tried to break through. But this doll stopped it? Does that mean you saved me? He lifted the doll from the counter, studying it with new intensity. Can you understand me? Do you know what happened to my parents? Silence. Of course, the doll didn't reply, but its button eyes glinted faintly in the dark, unsettlingly aware. Chen Ge tucked it gently into his arms, then glanced at the restroom door. No way he was walking through that just yet. Instead, he crouched beneath one of the windows and pulled out his phone. A mission complete screen was already waiting. It has to be said that you're incredibly lucky. Congratulations on completing the nightmare mission. Reward acquired, elementary skill. Mortician's makeup. Mortician's makeup. We hope you'll treat this talent with the reverence it deserves. Unlike beauty makeup, a mortician works only on the dead. Your hands will breathe life into lifeless faces, preserving their final expressions with eternal grace. First nightmare mission completed. Title unlocked. Newcomer at Nightmare Town. Bonus reward unlocked. Trial mission for 1-star scenario. Murder by midnight. Complete the trial to permanently add this scenario to your haunted house. Chen Ge stared at the screen, expression unreadable. A haunted house's success, he knew, often came down to its makeup artist. Actors, props, even corpses. They all needed a hand skilled enough to blur the line between fiction and fear. And now he had that hand. Chapter 5. 25 minutes and 14 seconds. Skill and talent. Looks like the reward for a nightmare mission is different. The payoff benefits me directly. Mentally recording the revelation, Chen Ge's heart burned with anticipation. He had witnessed the other world, a realm of terror, fear, darkness, and danger. Perhaps his parents were trapped there. Yet, given his current strength, keeping himself alive was challenge enough. Never mind searching for them. Thankfully, as long as the black phone remained in his pocket, hope endured. In any case, that's a problem for later. Right now I need to stabilize the haunted house business and survive this looming financial crisis. He pulled out his phone. That was close. Disaster was only a breath away. Nightmare missions clearly aren't easy. Still, there's no reason to tackle them alone. In our information age, help is just a tap away. He logged onto several well-known national supernatural forums and uploaded the unedited video. A few seconds later, the video was rebranded by the internet hive mind as, "Who is that in the mirror?" It spread like wildfire. Maybe people were simply tired of the usual gossip mill and craved something different. Something with teeth. Whatever the reason, the video's popularity skyrocketed. Every time Chen Ge refreshed the page, 10 more comments piled on. Viewer comments. 25:14 left arrow curving right. You all can thank me later. Left arrow curving right. Has the uploader completely lost it? Who does something like this in the middle of the night? Left arrow curving right. Why did the cracks spread across the mirror on their own? And what hit the glass at the end? Left arrow curving right. That's just thermal stress. Basic science. Left arrow curving right. You're all off. Mirrors are pure in Taoism. This should be called the ghost in the mirror. Left arrow curving right. Jesus Christ, who dares to pull off something this insane after midnight? Mad respect to the uploader. Left arrow curving right. This video is definitely doctored. If it isn't, delete my account. I'll stand on my hands and eat shit. Left arrow curving right. Am I the only one who noticed? The uploader runs a haunted house in western Zhejiang. Don't fall for it. This is nothing but a staged ad. Chen Ge's inbox flooded with private messages, some inquisitive, others hostile. He ignored them. The footage was genuine. He owed no one an explanation. Those with sense would see the truth. The rest weren't worth his time. As the clip's popularity soared, Chen Ge spotted an opportunity. He trimmed the original down to its final 14 seconds and posted it to the nation's largest video-sharing app. Wedged between cheerful clips of food, dancing, and off-key singing, Chen Ge's haunted video stood out like a corpse at a birthday party. Within 10 seconds, people were already falling for the bait. Unlike users on supernatural forums, who actively sought out creepy content, these viewers had stumbled upon it unprepared. Startled and irritated, they began unloading a barrage of furious comments. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on perspective, outrage and conflict drew far more clicks than praise. The avalanche of online backlash only boosted the video's visibility. Scrolling through the vitriol, Chen Ge could practically feel the digital rage oozing from the screen. He laughed it off. To be fair, he got it. Most of these poor souls had probably been curled up under warm blankets, looking for light-hearted bedtime content. Instead, they were ambushed by a flickering candlelit figure and a shattered mirror, a full horror scene detonating right before their half-lidded eyes. The best part of the video? It was only 14 seconds long, just enough time for the scare to hit before viewers realized what they were watching. The mirror shattered, and that thing lunged, as if trying to burst not only through the glass but straight out of their screens. A beautifully brutal setup. Judging by the frenzied comment section, the video's popularity wasn't fading anytime soon. That means everyone loves my video, right? Chen Ge thought, shamelessly rhetorical. His follower count had already jumped by 100. If he didn't use this momentum to plug the haunted house, he'd be letting his new fans down. Chen Ge updated the video title and added the haunted house's address to his profile. In parentheses, he included, "A completely not scary haunted house." Satisfied with the revision, he leaned back beneath the window, idly scrolling through the flood of messages, until sleep finally took him. Sunlight on his face stirred Chen Ge from sleep. He stretched his stiff limbs and pushed himself up from the cold corner of the toilet stall. "It's already 8:30, he groaned. Brushing off his clothes, he pocketed the doll and the black phone, then stepped out into the morning light. That's when he noticed them. Deep scratch marks raking the wooden edge of the toilet door, as though something with teeth, or claws, had tried to gnaw its way in. "What the hell was outside that door last night?" he muttered. A chill passed through him, followed by a wave of relief. Good thing he'd stayed put behind the mirror. Nightmare missions come with surprises. I need to be more careful going forward. There were no visible changes to the haunted house. Whatever had been out there hadn't made it inside. Chen Ge rolled his shoulders, exhaled, and got ready for the day. New Century Park opened at 9. At 8:45, a slender figure sprinted toward him, light on her feet, energetic, and absurdly top-heavy for her frame. A backpack bounced against her back as she ran. "Boss." The girl practically sparkled with youthful energy. Sunlight lit up her delicate features, and her skin was taut and radiant, like a ripe apricot begging for a bite. "Xiao Wan, perfect timing," Chen Ge said. "I just added a new background track to our playlist. Give it a listen and—" Before he could finish, Su Wan suddenly grabbed his hand. Startled, he blurted, "What are you doing?" "I just saw a huge crowd gathering at the park entrance," she exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. "They're all talking about the haunted house. People actually came just to see it." She could barely contain her grin. "Boss, we've got a ton of customers waiting." "Shouldn't that be expected? Is this your first time at the park?" Chen Ge asked, feigning calm. He pulled out his phone and checked the video sharing app. His follower count had surged past 500, and the video now sat comfortably in the platform's top 10. He skimmed through the comments, not the usual flood of hearts and kissy emojis. No, his feed was a minefield of reprimands, curses, and outright threats. A few comments even claimed they had knives ready and were en route to his location. This may have gotten slightly out of hand," he muttered with a dry cough. Without another word, he grabbed Su Wan and marched her toward the haunted house. 15 minutes until opening. We're the only two holding this place down, so brace yourself for war. Chapter 6. Beauty Makeup. Chen Ge's haunted house currently featured only 2 operational scenarios, Night of the Living Dead and Ming Hun. The former had taken a verbal beating from the black phone, a scathing, unfiltered critique. Chen Ge had tried to view it with cold objectivity, and he couldn't deny the truth. Night of the Living Dead had its fair share of issues. On top of that, it required at least 3 staff members to run smoothly, resources he didn't have to spare. Xiao Wan, our main attraction today is Ming Hun, Chen Ge said as he sorted through a tangle of wires. Once I finish setting up the background audio, put on your earphones before you start working. Also, I'll be doing your makeup. You know how to do makeup. Xiao Wan arched a skeptical brow, half laughing. All right, but if you botch it, I'm taking over. Relax. I'll make you so stunning they'll forget to scream. They stepped into the makeup room. Chen Ge guided Xiao Wan to the chair in front of the mirror and, without hesitation, placed the heel of his palm gently against her cheek, slowly massaging her face as though he'd done it 100 times before. Activating elementary skill. Mortician's makeup. As Chen Ge met the young woman's gaze in the mirror, a torrent of alien memories flooded his mind, chaotic fragments of color theory, advanced cosmetic techniques, human anatomy, and the mute arithmetic of death. Boss, are you sure you actually know makeup? Su Wan asked after 30 seconds of silent kneading. She sat rigid before the mirror, the unfamiliar warmth of his palm spreading across her cheek. Watching him fuss over her reflection sent her pulse skittering with an inexplicable flutter of shyness. A true artist tailors every stroke to the client's bone structure, Chen Ge murmured, evaluating her features. And Xiao Wan, your canvas is already exceptional. There was nothing remotely suggestive in his tone. Once the mortician's makeup skill engaged, Su Wan had become a cadaver in his mind, a beautiful subject awaiting its final touch-ups for the afterlife. Hammer, shaver, scalpel, needle and thread, formaldehyde, alcohol. Sigh, I'm missing all of them. Guess I'll have to stick to the basics, Chen Ge muttered, sending a chill down Su Wan's spine. She couldn't fathom why her boss needed such macabre tools for ordinary haunted house makeup. Spooked but unwilling to object, she watched through half-lidded eyes, praying the result wouldn't be catastrophic. The foundation's too flat, the blush too garish. And where's the lipstick? He groused, mixing pigments on the back of his hand with practiced ease, movements far too deft for someone who looked like a harmless geek. Su Wan stared, speechless. Freehand color matching without a single reference? That was elite-level artistry. Boss, maybe don't overthink it. The lighting in the haunted house is so dim no one will see the details anyway. Shush and stop moving, Chen Ge said, sweeping the custom shadow across her lids. A few deliberate strokes transformed Su Wan's reflection, cloaking her in an icy, enigmatic allure. She meant to crack a joke, yet the sight in the mirror left her mouth a silent O. A single blush in cherry red is too flat, no depth, Chen Ge murmured, every bit the consummate artist. But mix in a trace of violet and it becomes something entirely new. They meld as though born together. He worked the pigments on the back of his hand, the brush flitting like a paint-laden swallow. Boss, what are you doing? Our house blush is gaudy, great for shock value, terrible for balance. I'm diffusing it first. His gentle strokes tamed the color. Within minutes the hue softened into a luminous, almost living glow. Su Wan's mouth hung open in a perfect O. Boss, you're amazing. Where did you learn all this? There's plenty you haven't seen yet, Chen Ge replied with a grin. Makeup and beauty tricks, just something I tinker with in my spare time. He was in unusually high spirits. This was the first tangible confirmation that the mysterious phone app could actually alter the real world. In under 10 minutes, he stepped back and capped his brush. All done. Take a look, what do you think? The reflection in the mirror was ethereal, as if pulled from an ink and water dream. A quintessential Eastern beauty stared back, but something was undeniably wrong. Su Wan stood, turning slowly to get a better look. Her stunned expression gave way to wonder, and then a subtle shiver. Boss, I've never looked this beautiful in my life. Is that really me? Of course it is. But, her hand reached out, fingers trembling toward the glass. Why does it feel like I'm looking at a dead person? Su Wan's comment made Chen Ge draw in a sharp breath. Of course it felt off. The mortician's makeup wasn't designed to enhance the living, it was meant to restore beauty to the dead. Don't worry about it, he said, sidestepping the unease. The park's about to open. Go change into costume and take your place at the Ming Hun set on the second floor. Don't forget your Bluetooth earpiece. Wait for my cues. Without giving her time to linger on the thought, Chen Ge nudged her out the door and turned back to his other task. There were still puppets and mannequins scattered around the set. One by one, he applied finishing touches. Under the cold influence of the mortician's skill, each lifeless figure seemed to inch disturbingly closer to something animate. That'll do for now. I'll do a proper recolor later, he muttered, stowing his tools. As he descended the stairs, the rising murmur of voices met him. Visitors were already gathering at the entrance. You're here to get revenge on that immoral bastard too? Damn right. That creep made me drop my phone. It shattered. What do you think I'm here for? You think that's bad? My pants were already down when the thing jumped out. I screamed so loud my parents burst into the room thinking I was being murdered. So there I was, zero clothes, toilet paper in hand. You want to talk awkward? Try surviving that. Chen Ge listened to the chorus of angry voices piling up outside and had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from laughing. Taking a deep breath, he wiped the grin off his face and adopted a sober expression. Then he pushed the entrance gate open. Welcome to my humble house of horrors, he said smoothly. The line stretched farther than he'd expected. Chen Ge's lips twitched at the corners. Xiao Chen, you've already drawn a crowd this early, said the park worker repairing the carousel nearby. He glanced over, clearly impressed, until he caught sight of the visitors. They weren't your usual chipper amusement park crowd. Their expressions were oddly intense, simmering with grievance rather than excitement. It's okay, I'm just grateful for the support, Chen Ge said with a shrug as he swung the gate open. Support? Who said anything about support? Shameless. We're here to settle scores, not have fun. Wait, is he the guy from last night's video? Where's my knife? Someone hand me my knife. The crowd surged with chaotic enthusiasm. Voices overlapped, curses flew, and threats were shouted with more theatrical flair than genuine menace. Chen Ge raised his voice calmly over the noise. Since you're already here, why not come in for the full experience? The best way to overcome fear is to confront something even more intense. Fight poison with poison, so to speak. It's true, I should have given more warning about the video, and for that, I sincerely apologize. He paused just long enough for the din to drop. So here's the deal. Today, tickets are 50% off. One day only. A little compensation, and a perfect opportunity to face your fears head-on. Don't miss out on a deal like this. Chapter 7. Fight poison with poison? You think we're that easy to fool? Come on bro, just spot me some cash so I can fix my cracked screen and I'll be on my way. A cut-rate ticket won't make this disappear, forget it. After several minutes of bickering, not a single visitor had stepped through the haunted house gate. They loitered outside as though the threshold were sown with landmines. Their palpable dread made even Chen Ge sigh. Seriously? No one's brave enough for a test run? My haunted house isn't scary at all. Check the online reviews if you don't believe me. Several people dutifully pulled out their phones. Yeah, every review says it's tame. Seems the only draw is a pretty actress playing the ghost. So, do we give it a shot? After another long, uneasy lull, someone finally stepped forward. Bunch of cowards, this is just a haunted house. How scary can it be? I've handled plenty of human corpses. You think this'll faze me? The speaker was a bushy-browed young man with a crew cut, unassuming at first glance. Bro, quit messing with us, someone scoffed. Even tall tales have limits. How old are you, 12? And we're supposed to believe you've seen real cadavers. Look, we're the panicky types here. Stop trying to spook us. Before the mockery could pile higher, a soft yet commanding voice sliced through the din. He's not lying. Dealing with human remains is routine for people in our line of work. Heads swiveled toward the newcomer, a tall, slender woman in a sun hat and white dress gliding in from the park entrance. The temperature seemed to dip a few degrees, as though she traveled with her own personal air conditioner. Senior. The young man bounded toward her, eager to take her bag, but a wintry glare froze him in place. He stepped back, flustered, wearing an awkward yet polite smile. Wait, did you just call her senior? You two are still students? Chen Ge asked, his curiosity piqued. We're forensic science students from Zhejiang Medical University, the young man said. I'm He-san, and this is my senior, Gao Rushue. He flashed Chen Ge a grin. The video you posted last night went viral on our campus forum, so my senior insisted we come take a look. That untouchable beauty's a forensic doctor? Fits, doesn't it? She looks like she could autopsy you with a glance. Miss, maybe we could be friends? The men clustered around her. Playing guardian, He-san offered a genial warning. You gentlemen have no idea what you're in for. Yesterday morning my senior was happily dissecting toads and rats. She rinsed her hands, strolled to the canteen, and devoured braised pork without blinking. Late last night she passed the lab, waved at the cadavers bobbing in formaldehyde, and yawned. Trust me, she's opened up more men than any of you have ever held hands with. The effect was immediate. A 2-meter radius cleared around Gao Rushue. Chen Ge's temples throbbed. He'd finally completed a nightmare mission and upgraded his attraction, only to find his first challengers were forensic science students, people whose fear thresholds were practically bulletproof. Can we go in now? The woman asked, striding up to Chen Ge with quiet impatience. She was already tall, but in heels, she stood eye to eye with him. The original ticket price is 20, Chen Ge replied. With the 50% discount, that's 10. But before we begin, I need to give you a bit of background, and a warning. He recalled the advice from the black phone. A proper haunted house needed plot, tension, and immersion. Let's start with an introduction. Despite what online reviews claim about the place being not scary, I believe in full disclosure. The ground beneath your feet? 50 years ago, it was the largest mass grave in Zhejiang. 30 years back, the city paved it over and built Zhejiang City Hospital right on top. You can find what happened next online: strange deaths, unexplainable events. Eventually, the hospital was shut down. My haunted house is a renovation of one of the hospital's remaining buildings. And let's just say, it's still hiding a few of the city's secrets. Chen Ge gestured toward the warning sign posted beside the main entrance. No entry for visitors with heart conditions or vascular disease. Anyone between 12 and 16 must be accompanied by a parent or guardian at all times. If there are no objections, please follow me. With that, he swept aside the heavy black drapes, pulled shut the rusted gate behind them, and led He-san and Gao Rushue into the darkened corridor. Since they couldn't share the same bed in life, he began, his voice low, they'll share the same grave in death. It's an old urban legend, passed down through generations. He paused for effect. Ping Jiongho wanted a Minghun for her son, who died far too young. So, she hired a fortune teller to study his life chart, his fate, his soul's alignment. Eventually, they found a girl whose fate perfectly matched the departed. She would be the one, chosen to accompany him into death. However, Chen Ge continued, his voice dropping into a grim cadence, the girl already loved someone else. To force her hand, Ping Jiongho drowned the man in a lake and threatened the lives of the girl's parents. In the end, to protect her family, the girl agreed to marry the dead. Red and white candles were lit side by side, symbols of marriage and mourning. The ceremony ended with her sealed inside a coffin, buried alive. Not long after, strange things began to plague the Ping household. Bronze statues of baby chicks began to bleed. Paper effigies burned for the dead were seen blinking. And every night at midnight, A lone woman would wander the halls. He paused at the second-floor landing, then turned to face them. This scenario is called Ming Hun. The entire set is open. You may explore it freely. Your objective is to find the correct exit within 15 minutes. If you want to surrender, stand beneath any visible camera and scream for help. I'll come get you. He gave a short, theatrical bow. Enjoy. That sounds interesting, but if you think that's enough to scare me, you're sorely mistaken, he sandbluffed, shamelessly clinging to bravado even as he half hid behind his senior. His mouth claimed courage, but his feet were bolted to the floor. By contrast, Gao Ruxue didn't say a word. Calm and composed, she stepped into the scenario without hesitation. Senior, wait for me. He scrambled after her. As soon as the two disappeared inside, Chen Ge shut and locked the front gate, then picked up his radio. Xiao Wan, the guests are in. Be ready. And don't forget your earpiece. Once he'd given the necessary instructions, Chen Ge made his way to the control room, a cramped, dim space filled with monitors and switches. From here, he could see every angle and trigger every scare. I didn't expect to use this track so soon, he muttered, flicking on the audio system. It's a little too dark. But then, these aren't your average visitors. He queued up Black Friday on a loop and settled into the chair, eyes fixed on the monitors. If anything went sideways, he'd be ready to intervene, immediately. Chapter 8. Black Friday. Xiao-san, this is a perfect opportunity for you to brush up on your traditional Chinese architecture knowledge. This is an almost perfect reconstruction of a traditional Sihiyuan. There are 3 layers of entrance. Daozwa Wu, the main house, the ear houses, Chaosho Corridor, Chue Hua Men, east and west houses, the back house, the Rue door, and so on. I'm impressed by the attention to detail. It really does feel as though we've traveled back in time, Gao Ruxue said, wandering through the set pieces and pausing to study their craftsmanship. Senior, we're in a haunted house, not on a study tour, do you mind? Their footsteps echoed across the empty courtyard, where joss paper fluttered like spent moths. It felt to He-san as if he inhabited a different dimension from Gao Ruxue. Every few seconds he glanced over his shoulder, half expecting something to lunge from the shadows. We'd better find the exit as soon as possible. This place is making me jumpy. Since we're already here, we have to savor the experience. Remember, we're the customers. Don't let the haunted house toy with you. But the boss warned we have to find the exit in under 15 minutes, remember? From the look on his face, I'm sure he's planned something nasty if we miss the deadline. He-san tried to hurry Gao Ruxue, but she remained unfazed. There are only so many tricks a haunted house can pull. Worst case, the staff slap on ghost makeup and chase us around. Xiao-san, you work with cadavers every day. Don't tell me you've suddenly become afraid of ghosts. Gao Ruxue drifted along the hugging corridor and pushed open the door to the left ear house. The Ming Hun set was classic old Beijing Sihiyuan, the main house for the elders and family head, the east and west wings for sons and daughters, and the ear houses for servants and maids. As the door creaked open, tables and chairs skittered across the floor. Shredded pillows blanketed the air with drifting cotton, and a length of white cloth hung dead center, swaying despite the stillness. Senior, I'll guard the door, be careful Ins. Before He-san could finish, Gao Ruxue yanked him inside. He went rigid, color draining from his face as he stared at the trembling cloth. Interesting, she murmured. That cloth's barely 1.5 meters off the floor, too low for a clean hanging. The overturned furniture and scuff marks point to a struggle. They're faking a forced suicide. Ear houses were for maids, which means our spectre isn't sparing the innocent. She's set on dragging everyone here to the grave. Beneath her cool analysis flickered a spark of excitement. The craftsmanship's impressive. I'm sure there are more secrets waiting to be unearthed. She circled the room and yanked the faded bed cover aside. Beneath it lay a paper doll. A paper doll in a living person's bed? Gao Ruxue scoffed, casually tossing it aside. She crouched down and flipped the mattress. Nothing. The greater the anticipation, the greater the disappointment. Looks like I gave this haunted house too much credit. Let's go, the exit's not in here. She shrugged and strode out. He-san lingered in the room, teeth chattering. Alone now, he stared at the discarded doll. Maybe it was the light. Maybe his imagination, but he could have sworn it winked at him. The bronze statues started bleeding, and now the paper dolls are blinking. Senior, wait up. As the door to the ear house shut behind him, the white cloth hanging in the center of the room stilled, perfectly motionless. Can you keep it down? Why are you shouting like a terrified kid? Stop acting like such a little girl, man up, Gao Rushue snapped, rolling her eyes as she waited for He-san to catch up. I'm not scared, he muttered. But this place seriously gives me the creeps. And the longer we're in here, the worse it gets. Don't you feel like something's amplifying whatever fear we're carrying inside? His words landed harder than she expected. Gao Rushue paused. He wasn't wrong. Something was off. She prided herself on composure. It's the first rule of being a forensic doctor. Stay calm, no matter the situation. But she'd lost her temper with He-san. That wasn't like her. Could I be afraid too? She wondered. But afraid of what? It's all fake, right? A tiny crack appeared in her mental armor. Neither of them could pinpoint the source of their dread, but the unease was real. And as suspicion mixed with psychological strain, the seed of fear began to take root, quietly, persistently, inside them both. Say, do you think there's really something, or someone, haunting this place? I mean, the boss did say it was built on a mass grave. And it used to be an abandoned hospital. He-san trailed off. Shut it. Our university morgue is creepier than this dump. You're a forensic doctor. How can you be scared so easily? Gao Rushue snapped. But despite her words, her voice had picked up speed, betraying the tension curling beneath the surface. She glanced around, the dilapidated house, the morning hall, the skeletal trees, the fluttering paper money. All of it just props. Nothing here should have been frightening. So why am I afraid? They were too distracted to notice the soft music looping in the background. Subtle, persistent. The track, a band song called Black Friday, had crept in unnoticed and was now slowly threading itself into their nerves, stirring fear from the inside out. Xiao-san, how long have we been in here already? No idea. But I've got a bad feeling we're not getting out in 15 minutes. Don't panic. Just give me a moment to think, Gao Rushue said, drifting down the corridor, her fingers brushing the dusty wall. This haunted house isn't actually that scary. It's the boss. He's been feeding us psychological poison since we stepped in. Mass graves, live burials, ghosts. It's classic conditioning. Break down our defenses before the real fear even starts. She paused, eyes narrowing. But the most cunning part? The time limit. He never said what happens if we fail. That kind of ambiguity forces our brains to fill in the blanks, with the worst-case scenarios. Then, what should we do now? He-san asked earnestly. For all his nerves, he was loyal. If his senior told him to jump, he'd just ask which direction. You're not wrong. A typical haunted house hires actors in ghost costumes or relies on gore and cheap jump scares to rattle people. But this place, it's different. The whole set was prepped in advance. Then we were let loose with no guide, no plot. Just us and whatever's waiting. With no script, anything can happen. I get it now, He-san said with a nod. The scariest thing is not knowing what comes next. That's about as good an explanation as any, Gao Rushue muttered, her brow tightening ever so slightly. Come on. Let's check the next room. The ear house connected directly to the main house. She pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside, the room was dressed for mourning. Robes hung like ghosts along the walls, and in the center sat a red-painted coffin, its surface emblazoned with a large 11, the character for joy, cut from white paper and pasted like a mocking grin. Flanking it on both sides were rows of paper mannequins, standing stiff and silent. Each one bore a name scrawled across its back, and their faces were coated with thin, uncanny makeup. As the door opened, their eyes seemed to catch the light, just enough to look alive. Just enough to make it seem like every one of them was staring straight at Gao Ruxue and He-san. Chapter 9. Scared to tears. Senior, why do I feel as though these paper mannequins are staring at us? He-san gripped the wooden doorframe, refusing to step inside. I'm not kidding. Something's wrong with them. Could they all be live actors in costume? F***CK. I just know they're going to start moving any second. The mannequins, touched up by Chen Ge with mortician's makeup, were clearly inanimate, yet an unsettling vitality clung to them. Gao Ruxue shot He-san an exasperated glare. Why did I bring him today? She thought. Fear is contagious. I wasn't that scared at first, but he's making it worse. Could you keep your brilliant observations to yourself? One more useless comment, and I'll leave you here. She stepped into the room ahead of him, giving it a quick once-over. The windows in the main house were purely decorative. None of them opened to the outside. The creeping dread tightened its grip. Senior, let's go. This building is thick with energy, and it's sealed tight. The exit isn't here. He-san's voice thinned as the room dimmed around them. The owner of this haunted house is a master manipulator who understands human psychology. We have to do the opposite of what normal people would. A place that looks as though it couldn't possibly hide a way out is exactly where we need to look. Gao Ruxue paced the room, her movement stirring the air so the toppled paper mannequins scraped faintly across the floor. He-san's heart lodged in his throat as he hovered in the doorway. But there's nowhere to hide in here. We can see every surface. Where could an exit even be? No hiding place? Who told you that? Gao Ruxue halted in the center of the room and rested one fair leg on the red coffin. Come help me. We're opening this thing. Open that thing. He-san's bloodless lips quivered. Isn't that a little disrespectful? Planning to spend the rest of your life in this haunted house? Gao Ruxue shot back. Prodded by her glare, He-san edged farther into the room, making sure to keep clear of the mannequins. He bent and gripped one side of the coffin lid. On 3, pull. Okay. 1, 2, dong. A hollow boom cut her count short. What was that? He-san nearly leapt out of his skin. Quiet. Gao Ruxue pressed a finger to her lips, sweeping the room with her gaze until it landed on the coffin. It came from inside. The color drained from He-san's face. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his hands shook against the wood as though it were searing hot. Senior, I'm begging you, there's nothing here. Can we go now? Calm down. The noise happened only when we tried to lift the lid. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Senior, the coffin spoke. That's way past odd. He-san's fear, already ratcheted up by the Black Friday madness, spiked. All he wanted now was to bolt. Think about it. A coffin can knock for only 2 reasons. 1. A staff member's hiding inside, waiting to jump us. 2. A mechanism in there triggers the next phase of this Ming-Hun scenario. Either way, the coffin is the key. If we want out, we open it. Gao Ruxue rapped the lid twice. Quit hesitating, help me lift. Not that I understood any of that, He-san muttered, but it sounds disturbingly reasonable. He-san and Gao Ruxue braced themselves and pulled in unison. The heavy coffin lid creaked, then began to slide. But just as it cracked open a quarter of the way, boom! The ancient coffin exploded without warning. A blizzard of paper mannequins and funeral money burst from within, accompanied by a woman's eerie, lilting laughter that filled the room like smoke. Simultaneously, the main house door groaned shut, moving all on its own. Go. Before it's too late. He-san didn't hesitate. He was nearest the entrance, and in his panicked sprint, he forgot all about his senior. In just a few strides he reached the threshold, only to have a face appear inches from his own. It hovered in the air, a deathly visage, pale and exquisite, almost heartbreakingly beautiful. F***ck. He-san's instincts kicked in, and he swung a fist straight at her. But the face twisted away with uncanny grace, as if it had been expecting him. Ghost. Help. He-san collapsed to the floor, scrambling away on hands and knees before lurching into a frantic half-crawl, half-run, no destination, just panic. He-san. Stop running around like an idiot. Gao Rushue shouted after him, her voice sharp with alarm as a red shadow slipped through the air, trailing him into the side building he'd chosen at random. The side houses are for the sons and daughters. Her stomach dropped. Shit. That was the spirit's living quarters before she died. She rushed toward the exit, but the door slammed shut behind her. Locked. Furious, she pounded against it with both fists. Divide and conquer? Seriously. This is supposed to be a haunted house attraction. Is all this really necessary? The coffin lay in shattered pieces, and paper mannequins were strewn across the floor like corpses in a forgotten war. Gao Rushue, no longer calm or composed, threw her full weight into the door with punches and kicks until, a full minute later, it finally gave way. But in that 1 minute, the world outside the main house had changed. Xiao-san. He-san. Gao Rushue called out twice, her voice cutting through the eerie background music. No answer. The only reply was the faint whisper of paper money brushing against itself, soft, constant, and unsettling. What the hell is going on? The haunted house wasn't that big. He-san had to have heard her. Unless something had happened to him. A grim image, part crime scene, part nightmare, flashed uninvited through her mind. She moved down the corridor, retracing her memory. Xiao-san ran this way earlier. The old wooden door groaned open as she pushed it. Loose sheets of celebratory calligraphy, scrawled on white paper, drifted gently to the floor. Gao Rushue stepped inside. The room was set up like a bridal suite, but instead of red, the traditional color of joy, everything was white. White drapes, white flowers, white lanterns. The color of mourning in Chinese funerals. The effect was chilling. Celebration turned corpse cold. Where the hell did he go? Something about the room was wrong. The only light came from the pale white lantern swaying outside the door, casting long, cold shadows. Gao Rushue stepped in cautiously. A chill rode the air behind her, brushing across her exposed skin like invisible fingers dragging along her arms. Paper money crunched beneath her shoes. Every few steps, her foot knocked into something solid, unseen and unidentifiable in the darkness. She gritted her teeth and pressed forward. She yanked the drapes aside, letting the lantern's dim glow seep into the room. It was empty, at least, it appeared to be. A single bed sat in the center, tucked beneath a hanging mosquito net. Beside it stood a pair of bronze mirrors, angled to face each other on the far wall. I saw him come in here. I know I did. Only a minute, 2, max, has passed. He couldn't have just vanished. Unless... Her eyes narrowed. Unless the exit is hidden in this room, and He-san stumbled onto it by accident. Gao Rushue drew in a steadying breath, bracing herself for a closer look. But the moment she took a step forward, tap, tap. A second set of footsteps echoed behind her, perfectly timed with her own. Who's behind me? She spun around. No one. Just the bronze mirror, and her own reflection staring back at her. Chapter 10. Mirror, mirror. Phew, I really scared myself for nothing. Gao Rushue's chest rose unevenly, her heart battering against her ribs. It had been ages since she'd felt so foolish. The eerie music droned on. In the faint glow she watched her reflection's pupils tighten. Behind her, the mosquito net drifted open by itself. A paper mannequin's face slid into view, and in the mirror she could clearly see it smiling at her. Who's there? Fear flared into anger, the instinctive human shield. Gao Rushue spun around, but nothing waited. She lunged at the mosquito net, intent on tearing it aside to expose whatever lay beneath. The netting, however, was more elaborate than she'd expected. multiple layers sewn directly to the bed frame. Instead of freeing the cloth, she only managed to wrap herself tighter in its gauzy coils. Right then, footsteps echoed inside the room. "I'm not moving, whose footsteps are those?" The disappearance of her junior, coupled with Black Friday's nerve-fraying symphony, had already splintered Gao Rushue's composure. This new sound finished the job. Her legs turned to jelly. Fear, unchained, tore at her reason. She clawed at the netting, but the gauze only cinched tighter. The footsteps advanced, closer, closer. Impossible. The room's so small. If someone were coming, I'd see them. Her thoughts whirled, every harmless ornament now dripping menace. Outside, a white lantern rocked in the wind, its swaying light snuffing and flaring across the walls. In the bronze mirror her reflection blurred. Gao Rushue's pupils dilated. The figure staring back was no longer herself but a stranger in a wedding dress. In every sense, the woman looked dressed to kill. Her beauty was otherworldly, frighteningly exquisite, like a relic freshly pried from its grave. Gao Rushue's lips trembled. True terror finally etched itself across her face. Years of autopsies had trained her to recognize that chill. The woman in the mirror bore the unmistakable hush of the dead. The haunted house is hiding a corpse. The thought hit like a rogue wave. She lurched away from the bronze mirror and slammed into something solid. The footsteps halted. Gao Rushue's mind went dazzlingly blank. Running on instinct alone, she turned to confront whatever waited behind her. Meeting her gaze was a woman in corpse makeup and a wedding dress. She smiled. "Ah!" Gao Rushue's scream shattered the haunted house's silence, loud enough to echo beyond its walls. Still tangled in the netting, her legs finally buckled, and she crumpled to the floor. All the fear she tried to bury burst loose as tears streamed down her face. Her eyes squeezed shut, her mouth hung open. She began to dry heave. "Xiao Wan, get her out of there now. On it." The ghostly bride before her pulled out a pair of discreet Bluetooth earpieces hidden beneath her hair. Squatting down, she said gently, "The experience ends here. Take a breath, I'll guide you out." 10 seconds later, the exit door to the Minghun scenario swung open. Chen Ge rushed over, eyes scanning the hall. "There's only one? Where's the other one?" He'd sprinted over because San had vanished from the surveillance feed. "That coward fainted the moment he saw the two mirrors," Su-won explained, half exasperated. "I was worried he'd ruin the next guest's experience, so I stashed him under the bed." "Fainted." Chen Ge blinked, momentarily at a loss. "All right, safety first. If anything like this happens again, tell me immediately." "Yes, boss." Leaving Su-won to tend to Gao Rushue, Chen Ge hurried back into the scenario. He crouched and dragged San out from under the bed. The kid was completely out cold, his body limp, his face blank with shock. "Shit. I need to get him some air, fast." He scooped San into his arms and sprinted toward the entrance. Parting the heavy drapes with his shoulder, he kicked open the gate. "Clear the way," he shouted. Chen Ge laid San down just outside the haunted house entrance and immediately got to work, massaging his limbs, pressing an ice pack to his forehead, doing anything to bring the kid back around. The remaining visitors, still lingering in the park, stood frozen in place, staring. "Jesus Christ, what happened in there? He passed out in a haunted house? I've never seen that happen before." He was scared stiff, right? Then why do the online reviews say this place isn't scary? F***ck me. I'm actually getting chills. Moments later, Su-won emerged, half carrying a shell-shocked Gao Rushue. She barely resembled the confident woman who had walked in. Her hair was wild, her face pale as paper, and she moved like she was wading through fog. Tear stains marked her cheeks. This can't be the same person. What the hell did she go through in there? Wait, aren't they supposed to be forensic students? What could have possibly rattled them? Su-won gently eased Gao Rushue onto the steps and handed her a bottle of water. The woman's hands trembled as she gripped it, her knuckles pale from the strain. She was still deep in the aftershock. Don't crowd them, give them space. Chen Ge called out, his temples starting to throb. Tears from someone like Gao Ruxue were understandable, but He-san? Fainting. Really? And without a single warning? Why couldn't he just admit he was easily spooked? What was it with men and their pride? The growing noise had drawn more and more bystanders to the haunted house entrance. The swelling crowd caught the attention of the park manager, who came barreling over on his electric bike. Xiao Chen. What's going on? Why is there a visitor passed out on the ground? Uncle Sue barked, leaping off the bike and shoving through the crowd. I'm not sure. Could be the heat, Chen Ge said, though even to his own ears the excuse sounded weak. A hot flash in this kind of weather? Uncle Sue shot Chen Ge a look, then moved quickly to lift He-san onto the back of his bike. No matter, he needs to get to the medical room. Now. Several minutes passed. Maybe it was the massage, maybe the hum of the growing crowd, but He-san finally began to stir. His eyelashes fluttered, and then he sat up abruptly, eyes bloodshot, lips murmuring on repeat. Mirror, mirror. Son, calm down. Dude, look at him, he totally looks possessed. A few more minutes in the sun seemed to burn some sense back into him. He-san blinked, rubbed the back of his head, and turned beet red when he noticed half the park gawking at him. You doing okay? Uncle Sue, still in his park uniform, handed him a bottle of water. What happened in there? Why'd you pass out? I can't really remember what happened, He-san said, dazed and squinting like the memory might come into focus if he tried hard enough. I was terrified. I just bolted into the first room I saw. There was this bronze mirror on the wall, and I think someone called my name. After that, it's all a blur. He looked up, bewildered. Maybe it was part of the haunted house setup? Uncle Sue narrowed his eyes. There's a mirror scenario in there? He turned sharply to Chen Ge, who wasn't looking so steady himself. Chapter 11. How do you sleep at night? When He-san mentioned that his fainting had something to do with the mirror, Chen Ge's heart gave a sharp jolt. His thoughts snapped back to the previous night's quests, the way that thing in the mirror had been trapped, just barely, by the doll's interference. Apparently, whatever it was hadn't left. It was still there, lurking behind the reflective surfaces of the haunted house. Boss, is this some new attraction you just added? Suwon drifted over, her voice casual but curious. Her arrival tugged the crowd's attention with her. How come I've never heard about it? Chen Ge froze for a split second. He couldn't exactly admit there was an actual ghost haunting the place, could he? Say something like that out loud and not only would the haunted house get shut down, but he'd probably wake up in a padded room with a lifetime supply of sedatives. I guess you could say that, Chen Ge replied, keeping his tone light. It's tied to the short video I posted last night, but I really wouldn't recommend playing this particular game without professional supervision. He gave He-san a light pat on the shoulder, the gesture halfway between reassurance and warning. Ignore my advice, and you might wind up like our friend here. Now then, who's still up for a trip through the haunted house? Don't worry, accidents are part of the charm. That's what makes it fun, right? Fun, my ass. A guy just fainted. It's a haunted house, not a death sentence. Why should we have to risk our lives? He's right. I'll let the broken phone slide. Just stop uploading that creepy crap in the middle of the night. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. As Chen Ge extended the invitation, the crowd instinctively stepped back in perfect synchronization. He let out an awkward chuckle. Why are you all acting like that? My haunted house really isn't that scary. Bro, we've got 2 forensic science majors here. People who dissect corpses for class. One's crying, the other passed out cold. And you're telling us this place isn't scary? Who are you trying to fool? You lie like it's your native language. That's right, have some damn morals. The crowd's reaction left Chen Ge momentarily speechless. Not long ago, people had complained the haunted house was too tame. So dull, it wasn't worth the trip. Now that it had finally struck the right nerve, they were acting like he'd gone too far. But you all traveled here from across the country just to stand at the entrance and gawk? Come on. Courage is like a muscle. You've got to train it. A few harmless scares now and then can even boost your heart rate, improve blood circulation, might even save you a hospital visit. Even if you paid us, we're not going in there, snapped the man with the broken phone as he turned to leave. And improve blood circulation? Please. Might as well claim your haunted house cures cancer while you're at it. But before he could take more than a few steps, a middle-aged man standing nearby suddenly raised his voice. Boss, give me a ticket. His tone was resolute, like someone who'd weighed life and death and decided, why not? Holy sh*t, there really are thrill-seekers everywhere. Uncle, don't be impulsive, someone called out. Other haunted houses take your cash, his takes your soul. You've got guts, uncle. Go on, don't worry, you can leave your wife and daughter with me. Another joked. The man looked to be in his 40s, balding, with the calm demeanor of someone who'd seen enough of life to stop caring what it threw back. He stepped forward from the crowd and handed Chen Ge 10 yuan. One ticket, please. You're doing this alone? Even Chen Ge was taken aback. The man had watched everything unfold, the crying, the fainting, and he still wanted in? Chen Ge accepted the money and handed over a ticket. He was just about to launch into his usual spiel when the uncle turned and walked off, straight in the opposite direction of the haunted house entrance. Uncle, the door's this way. I know, the man replied, without so much as a glance back. He strolled over to a scenic spot with decent lighting and fiddled with his phone until he'd lined up the perfect angle, haunted house looming ominously in the background. He snapped 2 photos and immediately posted them to Facebook. Perfect weather for a day out. Highly recommend Western Zhejiang City's House of Horrors. Scared the bejesus out of me. 5 stars. The crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes. You stand at the entrance for 20 minutes, buy a ticket, and that counts as visiting the place? Seriously? Before anyone could call him out, the uncle's post was already racking up likes and replies from his social circle. Shaoli from Human Resources chimed in. Brother Zhang, you scream at the sight of a rat, but you braved a haunted house today? Respect. Wang Deyu replied with a smirking jab. If O Zhang dared to go in, then the place can't be that scary. Degree. O Ball and Chain kept things practical. Dinner's ready. Come home. Now. And then there was precious daughter, Wang Jing. Lol, Dad, we all know exactly how brave you are. Quit pretending you've grown a spine. The balding uncle took the flood of teasing in stride, replying with a sly, mischievous grin. Feel free to come check it out yourselves. Since you all insist you're braver than I am, surely none of you would shy away from a little haunted challenge. Right. His calculated provocation struck like a well-thrown match on dry leaves. Uncle, you devious bastard, someone exclaimed. To prove you're not a coward, you're dragging your own wife and daughter into the fire? The man with the broken phone had watched the whole exchange unfold beside the uncle. Suddenly caught up in the moment, he spun around and marched up to Chen Ge. Give me a ticket too. Chen Ge blinked, at a complete loss for how this was happening. But business was business. He handed over the ticket without protest. The young man raised his cracked phone with grim determination and snapped a photo of himself in front of the haunted house. He uploaded it to Instagram with the caption, God, what did I just do? I'm scared ***. Anyone brave enough to come hold my hand while we take on this death trap together? As he scrolled through the flood of comments under his post, the young man's lips curled into a devilish grin. Give me one ticket too. Same here. Wait, 50% off? Make that 2. No one had actually gone inside the haunted house yet, but the stack of tickets in Chen Ge's hands was vanishing fast. Within minutes, half of them were gone. The crowd slowly began to scatter, buzzing with nervous excitement, leaving Chen Ge gleefully counting the morning's earnings. Boss, Suwon said, crouching down beside him, her eyes shining with barely contained excitement. We just sold more tickets this morning than we have the entire past month. Chen Ge stuffed the cash into his pocket with practiced ease. Today was a lucky break. If we want this to last, we'll need to upgrade the content. Keep him coming back scared and curious. He turned toward the haunted house, but paused. Gao Rushue and He-san, the day's star victims, were still sitting nearby. Neither of them had left. Are you two feeling any better? Chen Ge approached them, holding out a bottle of mineral water like a peace offering. They had, after all, played a key role in the day's unexpected sales boom. Yes, thank you, and sorry for the trouble, He-san said awkwardly from where he sat slumped on the steps. Next to him, Gao Rushue still looked pale. Her eyes flicked between Chen Ge and Suwon, unsettled but focused. I have 2 questions, she said quietly. May I ask? Of course, Chen Ge replied, nodding without hesitation. First, inside the West House, I could have sworn I saw her face in the mirror, she said, pointing subtly at Suwon. So how did she suddenly appear behind me? Gao Rushue's tone carried the sharp edge of someone desperate to rationalize their own fear. She hadn't cried because she was weak, she just needed the logic to line up again. You think it's just a regular mirror, but it's not, Chen Ge began. It's actually a triangular pillar, mirrors on all 3 sides, but only one is visible. The other 2 are hidden behind the wall and can pivot with a gentle push. The exit to the Ming-hun scenario is concealed right behind that structure. He continued calmly, like he'd explained this to skeptics a dozen times. As for the woman you saw in the mirror, that was just a picture pasted at a specific angle. We use lighting effects, the reflection from a secondary mirror, and a bit of optical misdirection to make it look like a real person's trapped inside. Xiao Wan was hiding just behind the movable panel. And those footsteps. Pre-recorded sound effects. Gao Rushue listened carefully, nodding as she tried to reconcile what she saw with what she now knew. All right, she said. Second question. She pointed directly at Suwon. This woman is clearly alive. But when I look at her, why does it feel like I'm staring at a dead body? Chapter 12. Wheel of Fortune. Owing to her field of study, Gao Rushue spent far more time in the company of dead bodies than among the living. Social events weren't her forte, but that never really bothered her. In fact, she felt more at ease around the dead. They didn't expect small talk. Our haunted house uses a specialized makeup technique, Chen Ge explained, his tone smooth but non-committal. Combined with the environment we've created, it generates nothing more than an illusion in your mind. There was no way he could explain the mortician's makeup or Black Friday, even if he wanted to. So, he kept things vague and quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. If there are no more questions, I'll need to get back to work. Thank you for visiting us today. After bidding the 2 students goodbye, Chen Ge told Suwon to pack up the props in the Ming-hun scenario while he headed back to the main control room alone. Only Chen Ge knew what had truly happened to He-san. The thing in the mirror hadn't left. It was still lurking somewhere inside the haunted house. Letting it stay is just asking for trouble. This was his first time facing a nightmare mission, and he hadn't anticipated how tangled the aftermath would be. He switched off the background music and pulled up the surveillance footage, zeroing in on the moments right after He-san entered the West House. Scrubbing through multiple camera angles, something soon caught his attention. At exactly 9 hours 24 minutes and 11 seconds, He-san burst into the West House, flailing like a headless chicken. By 9 hours 24 minutes and 14 seconds, his eyes locked onto the bronze mirror, and something strange unfolded on screen. The once panicked He-san went eerily still, his entire demeanor shifting into unnatural calm. He stood frozen before the mirror, so still that Chen Ge almost thought the video had stalled, if not for the ticking timestamp at the bottom of the screen. At 9 hours 24 minutes and 17 seconds, He-san slowly raised his left hand and began inching toward the mirror. It was as if something, or someone, was pulling him in. Then, at 9 hours 24 minutes and 20 seconds, Suwon, clad in a wedding dress, ran into the room through the open door. By that point, He-san's upper body was nearly touching the glass. A sudden flash erupted from the mirror, just barely caught by the camera, before He-san collapsed to the floor. Was it Soo-won's arrival that disrupted the ghost's plan? Chen Ge replayed the footage on a loop. A lot had happened in those 10 seconds. Too much, too fast. He rubbed his temples, but no clear solution presented itself. Until I figure out something more permanent, I've got no choice but to cover every mirror in this haunted house. He wandered into the props room and grabbed a few lengths of black cloth before heading back to the Ming-hun set. Boss. Why are you here? You can leave the cleanup to me, Soo-won said as she gathered paper mannequins and burned offerings, carefully placing them back into the coffin. I came to tell you something, Chen Ge said, setting down the black cloth as he helped Soo-won close the fake coffin. For now, stop using any props or scares related to mirrors. And while you're working, avoid mirrors entirely. Soo-won blinked, clearly confused by the abrupt directive, but she didn't question it. After resetting the props in the main house, Chen Ge made his way to the west house, alone. A pale lantern flickered overhead, casting weak light across the room. He stood silently at the exact spot where He-san had collapsed, his gaze locked on the bronze mirror. Someone lives inside the mirror? Is there really another world on the other side? He muttered, placing his hand on the icy glass. He stared at his own reflection, something about it gnawing at him, subtle, but wrong. When I handed He-san that water bottle earlier, he took it with his right hand. He's not left-handed. But in the footage, he raised his left hand. Why would he go against habit, unless something else was moving his body? Unless that thing in the mirror had taken control? Chen Ge pressed his left hand against the mirror, perfectly aligning it with his mirrored right. Naturally, everything in a mirror is inverted. After a long pause, he draped the black cloth over the glass and retrieved the black phone from his pocket. This is where it all started. The ghost had first appeared because of this phone. So, if I want to get rid of it, it makes sense that I'll need the phone's help too. He tapped open the app marked with the haunted house icon. The interface had changed. The daily visitor count and monthly visitor count had both increased by 2. Below that, under the section labeled Unlockable Scenarios, a new trial mission had appeared. He tapped on it. A message loaded. Complete this mission to unlock the corresponding scenario. The structure of the game seemed fair, at least on the surface. Complete a mission, earn a reward, and the bigger the risk, the better the payoff. If Chen Ge wanted to expand the haunted house and deal with the thing lurking in the mirror, he'd have to keep completing these missions. Since he was only allowed 1 daily mission per day, his attention naturally shifted to the available trial mission. Murder by midnight. A dangerous, psychotic patient is loose in a condemned apartment building. With scissors and mallets for hands, he's just outside your room. Mission venue: Western Countryside's Ping and Apartments. Mission requirement: arrive at the mission venue before 2300 hours today. Find the individual responsible for the murder, and survive until dawn. Mission hints: he hides among the crowd like a wolf among sheep. A kind exterior masks a sickened heart. Do you wish to accept this mission? Warning: trial missions are only available for 24 hours. If not accepted within this window, the corresponding scenario will remain permanently locked. Chen Ge hesitated for a moment, but the final line sealed the deal. Let come what may. Things were finally starting to look up for the haunted house. He couldn't afford to pass up any chance to make it better. After accepting the mission, he scrolled down and noticed something new. The haunted wheel of misfortune had activated on its own. Curious, he tapped on it. A cryptic line faded onto the screen. The decree of life and death is never the decision of man. Fortune and misfortune are only 1 inch apart. We have both spirit fruits to extend your life, and hatred-soaked baleful specters. Beneath that, the wheel activates upon collecting a visitor's first scream. You've been granted 1 free spin to begin. Note: a scream counts if it exceeds 70 decibels. Collect 100 screams to earn another chance to spin the wheel of misfortune. 100 screams for a single spin? Chen Ge frowned. This thing is awful on so many levels. The activation requirement was already ridiculous, and the outcome was still left to chance? If he landed on a baleful specter, it would be a total waste. Or worse. He stared at the interface. One free spin remained. And despite everything, his finger itched to press it. It reminded him of getting a random phone notification. Probably spam, probably meaningless, but still, the urge to tap it was overwhelming. What's the worst that could happen? He told himself. And with that, Chen Ge tapped the screen. The wheel began to turn. As long as it's not a baleful specter. I'll take anything else. Chapter 13. A blessing or a curse. Chen Ge stared at the screen with laser focus, his eyes tracking every tick of the slowing wheel. The pointer inched along until it finally came to a stop. Lucky spin completed. Congratulations, you've won a rare special item. Cursed love letter, chance of winning, 3/1000. Her eyes exposed, cheeks pale as death. She became the school's unspoken taboo the moment she fell. In red dancing shoes and a blood-soaked uniform, even her name dissolved into a whisper. People pretended she never existed. Until the letters started arriving again. You've drawn a baleful spirit on your first lucky spin. Rare title unlocked. The Spectre's Favored. The Spectre's Favored. When equipped, this title grants a chance of receiving aid from specters. Staring at the screen, Chen Ge felt his head start to spin. Cursed love letter? A 3 in 1000 chance? The Spectre's Favored? He hadn't even resolved the issue with the thing in the mirror, and now this? Am I blessed? Or just thoroughly screwed? He immediately regretted swearing at the system before hitting the spin. Chen Ge, pull yourself together. This isn't even the worst-case scenario. Drawing a baleful specter doesn't mean it's going to appear right away. There's still time to fix this. Maybe I should go light some incense at the local temple. As he shoved his phone into his pocket, his fingers brushed against something dry and papery. Frowning, he looked down, and froze. A yellowed envelope peeked out of his jacket like it had always been there. Dread prickled in his gut. Carefully, he pulled it free. It was old, brittle, and inside was a single chilling sentence. I like you. The words were braided from strands of hair. What the F***ck? Chen Ge blurted. Please, just tell me what you like about me, and I'll change right now. The handwriting had an elegant curve to it, almost beautiful, if you ignored the fact that the sentence was braided from human hair. Standing alone in the West House, Chen Ge stared at the grotesque love letter in his hands, muttering, of all the ways to get my first love letter, it had to be this. Boss, what are you mumbling about in here? Su Wan's voice echoed as she stepped in from the main house, having just finished tidying up. It's nothing, Chen Ge said, slipping the letter out of sight. Just thinking. If a guy knew his days were numbered, would it be wrong for him to stop chasing money and instead focus on doing some good before he goes? He looked up at Su Wan, still in full deadman makeup, and added with mock gravity. Like, say, contributing to the continuation of the human species. Chen Ge had clearly been rambling, but Su Wan stared at him with a look of genuine contemplation, her expression shifting into something oddly serious. Xiao Wan. Don't tell me you're actually considering it, he said, suddenly uneasy. Thanks, but I'm really not ready for that kind of commitment. Then again, we've worked together for a while now, and we do make a great team. I mean, if you insisted, I guess I wouldn't have said no. For some reason, the words made him nervous. No, boss, it's not that, Su Wan replied, eyes narrowing slightly. I was just wondering how you ended up with two shadows. She pointed casually behind him. Is this a new feature you cooked up or something? Two shadows. Chen Ge spun around, and felt his stomach drop. There were indeed two shadows on the wall. One large, one small. They slithered toward each other like ink spilled in reverse, merging silently into one. What the F***ck? Chen Ge grabbed Su-won and hauled her out of the haunted house without a word. He only exhaled once the sunlight hit his skin, warm and real. Not bothering to explain, he slumped down on the steps, drained. "Boss, you've been acting really strange lately," Su-won said, settling beside him. "Is it the financial pressure getting to you? Don't worry, I'm sure things will work out. Anyway, what do you want for lunch? I'll go grab something." Her calm voice cut through the static in his head, but Chen Ge didn't know how to respond. He managed a crooked smile. "I'll have whatever you're having. Just, maybe take the makeup off first? Don't want to scare the canteen staff into giving us a health code violation." Understood. Once Su-won headed off, Chen Ge reached into his pocket and pulled out the letter again. "I saw them. Two shadows merging into one. If that's not a sign I'm being haunted, then where the hell is the specter hiding?" His gaze dropped to the pavement, and then to his own shadow, stretching just slightly too far in the afternoon sun. Chen Ge stared at his shadow without blinking. With the specter's favored title, "I've got a shot at getting help from specters. So maybe drawing a baleful spirit isn't the worst outcome in the world." That's what he told himself anyway. But deep down, he knew better. A baleful specter wasn't called baleful for fun. They were spirits forged in agony, soaked in hatred, and reeking of sin. One misstep, and he wouldn't just be in trouble. He'd be a ghost story rotting in a ditch. After lunch, Chen Ge returned to the front of the haunted house, flyers in hand. The park had a decent crowd today, but not one person seemed interested in stepping inside. Bored out of his skull, he pulled out his phone and opened his video sharing app. A handful of new private messages had come in. He quickly cleared out the trolls and spam, then started responding to the rest. One message caught his eye. It was from He-san. The honest-faced young man had contacted Chen Ge on the sly, informing him that his school's forum was currently on fire. Word had gotten out about the prank Chen Ge's haunted house had pulled on the department beauty, and now a wave of vengeance was brewing. Dozens of students were rallying under a thread titled something along the lines of, "Level the haunted house." Judging by the number of replies, it already had more than enough volunteers to form a small mob. "It's nice to be young," Chen Ge muttered with a crooked grin. In his mind, though, he was already picturing a gaggle of overconfident college kids trembling in the dark, huddled together as his haunted scenario stripped away their bravado. "After I finish the trial mission, I'll let them test just how scary a one-star scenario can be." That thought sobered him instantly. The trial mission wasn't optional. He had one shot, just one. If he failed, the chance to unlock that scenario would be gone for good. He scrolled through his phone, eyes scanning every detail. This wasn't something he could afford to mess up. Knowing your enemy is half the battle. That was why the first thing Chen Ge did after confirming the mission's location was dive headfirst into online research. Ping and apartments, Western countryside, Jiujiang City. He keyed in the name, but at first, nothing came up. The results were a sea of irrelevant listings. Only after sifting through the first few pages did he find something buried on a second-hand housing site. A single complaint. The seller, it claimed, had deliberately covered up the truth. The unit was a literal haunted house. After stripping away a suspiciously fresh coat of paint, the buyer discovered dried bloodstains beneath. Every night, the apartment reeked of rot and decay. The post had been ignored, quickly buried under more entertaining threads. Chen Ge checked the timestamp. 9 months ago. So, the trial mission is an overnight stay at a haunted apartment with a hidden murderer somewhere inside. Great. Chen Ge sighed. He'd studied toy design, not criminology. He didn't know the first thing about investigations, or self-defense. Staying the night wasn't the problem. The problem is, what if the murderer's living in the next unit over, and decides to pay me a visit at 2 a.m.? Chapter 14. Missing Persons Notice. At 4:30 p.m., Chen Ge stood alone in the haunted house's props room, surrounded by a cluttered museum of nightmares. His gaze drifted over the shelves, thoughtful and still. What does one luggage for a night with a murderer? ID card, phone, charger, lighter, penknife, multi-use hammer. Right. He grabbed the doll, the same one that had materialized in front of the mirror the night before, and stuffed it into his bag. Zipping the bag shut, he gave the room one last glance, then turned to leave. Xiao Wan, you can clock out early today. Make sure to lock the door behind you. I've got something to handle, so I'm heading off. It's only 5, boss. You going on a trip or something? The keys on the table in the props room. See you tomorrow morning. Su Wan narrowed her eyes at the sudden deflection, catching the dodge immediately. Still, all she said was, okay, with the resignation of someone used to strange days. However, as Chen Ge turned away, the girl dropped the haunted house flyers and bolted toward the props room like a puff of smoke. This girl, he muttered. The evening wind stirred the scattered flyers on the table. Chen Ge stooped to weigh them down with a small pebble, sighing as he did. Hopefully she won't be seeing me on the morning news. Beneath his composed exterior, his mind was a storm of unease. Last night's nightmare mission had cracked open a door to something far more dangerous than he'd anticipated. The Black Phone's tasks weren't games, they were traps lined with teeth. A trial mission has to be harder than a daily mission, he reminded himself. I'll need to be sharp tonight. Before darkness fell, Chen Ge pedaled off toward Ping En, means peace and safety, apartments. The mission details gave only the name, no address, no directions. He cross-referenced it with Google Maps and dredged up an old online complaint posted 9 months prior. Even with that, the journey took him 2 full hours and more patience than he had to spare. Do people actually choose to live somewhere this barren and isolated? The road to the apartment complex twisted like a broken spine, choked with wild brush and half swallowed by nature. Streetlights were nowhere to be found. Through the tangled branches, Chen Ge caught fragmented glimpses of a gray, time-worn building. Along the way, he asked nearly everyone he passed about Ping En apartments. Most responded with blank stares or shrugged ignorance. It wasn't until he encountered an elderly man, maybe in his 60s, that he finally got directions. The old man pointed him down a narrow turnoff and added with casual solemnity, "That place is cursed. Haunted. Most folks don't go near it, not even in daylight." Chen Ge didn't know how to respond to that. He forced a smile, nodded, and rode on. If not for the Black Phone's mission, who in their right mind would volunteer to spend the night in a place like this? It was now 6:50 p.m., and the mission required him to be on site by 11. That gave him just enough time to scout the area. Following the serpentine road deeper into the forest, Chen Ge pedaled past trees that grew thicker with each bend, their limbs clawing across the path like crooked fingers. After what felt like an endless stretch, the cursed house finally came into view. A tall, grey wall enclosed the yard, forming a single, suffocating boundary. There was only one exit. The double gates, rusted and warped by time, creaked in the breeze, but oddly, a brand new lock gleamed against the corroded metal. Strange. The lock's pristine, but the gate looks like it hasn't been touched in years. Wait, what's that? A scrap of white paper fluttered against the iron bars. At first, Chen Ge thought it was a flyer, but when he lit it up with his flashlight, the truth came into focus. It was a missing persons notice. Zhong Qing. Female. 27 years old. Height. 157 centimeters. Slim build. Beauty mark beneath her right eye. Often seen wearing red clothing. Asterisk if you have any information, please contact Mr. Wong. Monetary reward available. The notice included Mr. Wong's contact number, and more importantly, his address. What caught Chen Ge's attention was that the listed address matched that of the very apartment complex standing before him. This is definitely weird, he muttered, that now familiar tingle crawling up the back of his neck. His ghost sense rarely went off without reason. He took out his phone and snapped a picture of the notice before slipping through the gate and into the compound. The place was larger than he'd expected. The main building stood 3 stories tall, flanked by 2 smaller structures, one resembling a storeroom, the other likely a water pump station. Judging by the peeling paint, this place has to be at least 20 or 30 years old. But despite its age, it wasn't nearly as decrepit as one might expect from an allegedly haunted site. No litter, no broken glass, not even overgrown weeds. The lawn looked freshly trimmed. After parking his bicycle on the grass, Chen Ge slung on his backpack and stepped toward the main building. Hello. Is anyone there? The corridor stretched ahead in shadow, thick with silence. About 10 seconds passed before the door nearest the stairs creaked open. Just a sliver. Good afternoon, Chen Ge said, stepping toward it. The person behind the door didn't seem eager to welcome him. The opening remained narrow, barely wide enough to reveal a figure inside. No lights were on, but in the dimness, he could just make out the outline of a woman. Her eyes were red-rimmed, exhausted, like someone who hadn't slept in days, or simply preferred the company of darkness. I'd like to ask how much it costs to stay here for one night, Chen Ge said gently, softening his voice to sound as non-threatening as possible. In response, the woman let out a low giggle, then shut the door in his face. Ha! Before he could fully process what had just happened, footsteps echoed from above. A motion-activated light at the far end of the corridor flicked on, casting a pale cone across the stairwell. A middle-aged man with a limp was making his way down. The man seemed to have overheard him. Without preamble, he asked, "You want to stay at my place? How long?" "You're the landlord." Chen Ge approached. "I just need a room for one night." "Just one night." The limping man gave him a slow once-over, as though trying to peel away layers of his intention. "Fine. Give me your ID. Payments handled on the 2nd floor." Chen Ge was just about to follow him upstairs when a loud clang echoed from outside. It sounded like the iron gate had been flung open. The landlord froze, his expression souring as the muscles in his face tightened with visible irritation. He stopped mid-step, and Chen Ge halted behind him. Moments later, another middle-aged man wandered into the building. He looked thoroughly drained, worn down to the bone. His clothes were old, torn in places, and he clutched a stack of papers as if they were the last things tethering him to the world. "Wang Qi, how many times do I have to tell you? Your girlfriend's not here. If you keep this up, I'm calling the police." The limping man positioned himself in the middle of the stairs, arms out like a bouncer at the gates of reason. The other man didn't react. He kept his head bowed and trudged forward, determined to climb the stairs with the grim persistence of a ghost retracing old steps. "Hey! I'm talking to you." The landlord snapped, and lashed out with a kick. It caught the tired man off guard, knocking him sideways into the wall. The stack of papers he'd been carrying scattered like dead leaves in the wind, fluttering down the staircase. One of them landed beside Chen Ge's feet. "Same notice as outside," Chen Ge noted, narrowing his eyes. "Missing person. Zhong Qing." He stooped to pick it up, folding it silently as the drama continued to unfold above him. The middle-aged man didn't retaliate. He slowly pushed himself up from the floor, his movements sluggish and mechanical. Wordlessly, he began gathering the scattered papers, one by one, as if following some invisible ritual. To Chen Ge, he looked less like a person and more like a zombie, drained, shambling, and utterly hollow. "Don't mind him. The man's crazy," the limping landlord muttered, waving Chen Ge forward and starting up the stairs again. He seemed to have lost interest in the interruption altogether. "Crazy," Chen Ge thought, glancing sidelong as he passed the other man. The mission details did mention a psycho. Could this be the one? Chapter 15. Landlord. Chen Ge's first impression of Wang Qi was weary, torpid, and weak. As they brushed past one another, Chen Ge handed the man the crumpled notice he'd picked up earlier. Wang Qi accepted it with a shaky hand and muttered a thank you in a voice so gravelly it sounded like it had been dragged across broken glass. It was the first time Chen Ge had heard him speak, and he had to strain to catch the words. "You're welcome," Chen Ge replied with a polite smile, then turned to follow the limping man up the stairs. The second floor was somehow even more decrepit than the first. The air was thick with damp, and a sour musk clung to the walls. Clusters of spiderwebs sagged in the corners, heavy with dust and disuse. Deep scratches marred the walls, long, jagged gashes as if someone had taken a knife to the plaster in a fit of rage or desperation. The limping man led him down a narrow corridor that stretched like a spine to the end of the building. Without a word, he opened the final door, then stepped back out holding a rusted chain of keys. One night's $50. Pick any room you want on this floor, he said flatly. $50? That's too expensive. My apartment's the only place to stay for kilometers, the man grunted. You should be grateful I'm only charging you $50. As he spoke, his eyes kept twitching toward the hallway behind him. Furtive, nervous glances, like he was checking to see if something had followed him. Fine, Chen Ge said, narrowing his eyes. But why only the second floor? Aren't there rooms on the first or third? Why you got so many damn questions? The man snapped. They're off limits, that's why. Without waiting for another word, the limping man snatched the 50 from Chen Ge's hand and shoved a random key into his palm. The room number's on the key. Find it yourself. He spun around and limped briskly back into the room at the corridor's end. The door slammed shut behind him. Almost immediately, Chen Ge heard a strange, muffled croak, like an old man choking on something. The noise was faint but unmistakable, and it made the hairs on Chen Ge's arms rise. Frowning, he stepped up to the door and pressed his palm against it. Wait a minute, he called out. What now? Came the man's irritated voice from inside. Chen Ge leaned toward the narrow crack in the doorway. The room beyond was cramped, dimly lit, and smelled faintly of disinfectant and mildew. Aside from the limping man standing in the entryway, there was someone else. An old man slouched in a wheelchair, his back to the door, motionless. Chen Ge figured the unsettling croak from earlier had come from him. I'm rather thirsty, Chen Ge said casually. You got a vending machine or anything like that? No. Chen Ge raised a brow. Man, is this how you treat your customers? The door slammed in his face before he could finish. The echo rang down the hallway, abrupt and rude, sealing the encounter with finality. Chen Ge stood alone in the corridor, suspicion curdling in his gut. Something was wrong with this place. In a normal apartment building, the reception would be on the ground floor, near the entrance, not at the far end of the second floor, tucked away like a bad secret. He looked down at the old key in his hand, heavy and cold. Why were the first and third floors off limits? And who exactly was the old man sharing space with the landlord? Room 208. Coincidentally, or not, it was right next door. Whatever. Let me just drop my stuff first. After 2 hours of travel, Chen Ge was more than a little worn out. He unlocked room 208 and pushed the door open, only to be slapped in the face by the thick, sour stench of mildew. The air inside was stale and heavy, like the room had been sealed off for years. Dust coated every surface in a fine, gray shroud. The bed, if it could still be called that, was speckled with patches of strange, fuzzy fungus that pulsed faintly under Chen Ge's fingers. It felt damp. And alive. Is this bed even usable? He hadn't even set his backpack down when a loud crash echoed from the room next door, the distinct shatter of ceramic on concrete. Chen Ge froze, then eased the door shut behind him. Pressing his ear to the wall, he listened. Muffled shouting followed, the landlord's voice rising in angry bursts. He was cursing, colorfully, and in multiple dialects Chen Ge didn't recognize. The cadence was rough, the accent clearly not local. The more Chen Ge heard, the stranger it all felt. The old man responded with a frail, barely audible mumble. The limping man kept shouting, his voice rising and falling in waves of rage for several minutes, until it stopped. Then came the static buzz of a TV being turned on. The volume climbed steadily. Chen Ge frowned. What's going on? Why crank the volume now? What is he trying to cover up? He strained to catch anything beyond the television's blare. Footsteps, whispers, maybe another crash, but there was nothing else. Just the dull thrum of late-night programming bleeding through the wall. Eventually, he gave up. So be it. In any case, I've got my own problems. Doubt I'm getting any sleep tonight anyway. He set his backpack on the table and unzipped the front pocket, pulling out a small penknife. It slid into his coat pocket with a comforting weight. He remembered the online complaint, bloodstains beneath peeling paint, a foul odor creeping in after dark. Yet despite combing every corner of the internet for dirt on Ping and apartments, he hadn't found a single mention of a murder here. Not one. Which made it all the more unsettling. Then again, there had to be some secret buried in Ping and apartments. Why else would the black phone have flagged it as a mission site? Chen Ge pulled out his multi-purpose hammer and began tapping along the walls, corners, and floorboards, listening for hollow spots, checking for hidden compartments. But after a thorough sweep, he came up empty. Just a sad, neglected guest room in desperate need of cleaning. Nothing hidden. Nothing out of the ordinary. At least, nothing supernatural. If the landlord only lets people stay on the second floor, he reasoned, then these rooms are probably safe. Or at least safer. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk renting them out. Which meant the real mystery was above or below. To get any real answers, he'd have to explore the first or third floor, areas the landlord had explicitly declared off-limits. Which, of course, only made them more suspicious. The trial mission wasn't scheduled to begin until 11 p.m. He still had 3 hours to kill. No point in sitting around. Sliding the hammer back into his backpack, Chen Ge moved quietly toward the door. His hand gripped the doorknob as he eased the door open. Halfway through, he froze. Cold sweat slicked his palm. A chill crawled down his spine. The limping man was standing just outside, motionless, silent, like a grotesque doorman made of bone and suspicion. God only knew how long he'd been there. He looked just as startled to see Chen Ge. For a long second, neither of them spoke, two actors caught in the wrong scene. Chen Ge narrowed his eyes. Landlord, why are you standing at my door? The longer he dealt with this man, the more unease twisted in his gut. You said you were thirsty, the landlord replied flatly, setting a lukewarm water bottle down at Chen Ge's feet. I brought you this. His voice was calm, but his face twitched in places that didn't quite match the sentiment. Chen Ge took the bottle without comment. Thanks, he said, pulling it into the room. Is there anything else? No, that's all. Do rest early, the limping man muttered. He lingered for a second, glancing into the room, then added, more to himself than to Chen Ge. The corridors aren't fitted with lights. They get real dark after sundown. Best stay inside once the sun sets. With that cryptic note, he turned and limped away. Chen Ge didn't exhale until the door next to his clicked shut. This guy. The landlord was short-tempered and socially off-kilter. But the limp didn't make him weak. Chen Ge had seen him earlier, just one kick, and he'd sent a man sprawling. He had strength, no question about it. Chen Ge wasn't exactly a master detective, but he'd watched enough murder mysteries to start drawing connections. Maybe the limp came from some childhood injury. Maybe it had made him a target. Years of ridicule and isolation. The cruelty of others warping into something darker. Perfect breeding ground for mental instability. Damn it. He's got the profile of a textbook psycho landlord. Chen Ge set the water bottle aside, but a grim thought gnawed at the edges of his mind. If the landlord really is a murderer, does that mean I'm spending the night right next to one? The realization made his skin crawl. He imagined the man lurking in the hall, silently standing just beyond the threshold, waiting, watching, biding his time like a spider in a dusty web. And worse, he was the landlord. He had the master keys. He could unlock any door in the building, including Chen Ge's, whenever he pleased. That fact alone made the room feel less like shelter and more like a trap. Chapter 16. Don't spend your night here. I shouldn't get ahead of myself. The landlord's suspicious, sure, but that doesn't automatically make him the killer. Chen Ge scratched his head and muttered, maybe I should talk to a few tenants, get more details. Since arriving at the apartment, he'd encountered 4 people. The woman peeking nervously from behind her door, Wang Qi, the guy plastering missing person flyers like wallpaper, the uncooperative, tight-lipped landlord, and the old man in the wheelchair. The old guy lives with the landlord, so that's a dead end. The lady on the first floor gives me the creeps. Which leaves Wang Qi. He might actually know something about this place. Chen Ge set the bottle down in his room, locked the door behind him, and headed downstairs. The voice-activated light flicked on, casting a pale glow across the dim corridor, just enough for Chen Ge to spot Wang Qi clutching his stack of notices, trudging silently past each door. One by one, he slipped a flyer underneath, not bothering to check if the units were even occupied. The methodical act caught Chen Ge's attention. Missing person notices were usually slapped onto telephone poles or subway station walls, anywhere with foot traffic. But Wang Qi, he seemed obsessed with targeting this run-down building, which barely felt alive. Chen Ge shadowed him in silence. Only after Wang Qi slid the final flyer beneath a door did Chen Ge speak up. Brother, I get it. Losing someone you care about. It guts you. But this, doing the same thing over and over like it'll change something, it's only hurting you. Wang Qi turned, slowly. His cloudy eyes didn't quite settle on Chen Ge, like they were searching for something that wasn't there. Understand. His voice was hollow, cracked. None of you understand. I've never asked you to. Chen Ge didn't bother chasing that spiral of grief and denial. Instead, he pulled out his phone and brought up the police report he'd filed months ago, back when his parents had vanished without a trace. I'm not making this up, he said, holding the screen between them. My parents disappeared half a year ago. For a long time, I was a wreck too. Still am, if I'm being honest. Wang Qi stared at the photo on the phone for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, he spoke, voice low and heavy. I empathize with your situation, he said, but our circumstances aren't the same. My fiancée is still out there. I can feel it, she hasn't gone far. Would you mind telling me what happened? Chen Ge asked. We're in the same boat, more or less. Maybe I can help. Wang Qi hesitated. His eyes softened slightly, maybe remembering how Chen Ge had helped him earlier with the fallen notice. Thanks. But no. You won't be able to help me. You seem like a good kid, so take my advice. Get out while you still can. Don't even think about spending the night here. I've already paid, Chen Ge said flatly. You'll have to give me a better reason than bad vibes if you want me to pack up and leave. He wasn't here for a sightseeing tour. Completing the trial mission was the goal, and if he bailed now, he'd lose the chance to unlock the murder by midnight scenario for good. Wang Qi gave him a look, somewhere between pity and frustration. What's more important, your life or your money? He glanced nervously down the corridor. After making sure no one was watching, he leaned in and lowered his voice. Everyone here knows. There've been murders in this building. I've heard whispers, Chen Ge replied, keeping his tone skeptical. But I couldn't find anything concrete online. No news articles. No police blotters. Sounds like a rumor that's grown legs. It's no rumor, Wang Qi said. This place used to be called Fu An, means peaceful and prosperous, apartments. After the killings, they changed the name to Ping An Apartments, like slapping a fresh coat of paint on a haunted house. It was all over the news back then, and the case was never solved. The dead never got their peace, so they return. Every night. Midnight sharp. The conviction in his voice was unsettling. He wasn't just repeating hearsay, he believed every word. You still buy into ghost stories at our age? Chen Ge offered a strained smile. Outwardly, he played the skeptic. Inwardly, though, he was tense. He, of all people, knew the supernatural was no bedtime myth. If he had it his way, he'd never deal with another ghost again. I didn't believe it either. Not at first. Wang Qi dragged a hand through his hair, yanking at the roots in frustration. His exhaustion was written all over him. Not until the day my fiancé vanished near this place. Chen Ge leaned in, curiosity piqued. The circumstances felt disturbingly familiar. Why would your fiancé come here at all? He asked. I don't know, Wang Qi admitted. I hadn't even heard of this apartment before she disappeared. The name came from the police. They told me this was the last place where any trace of her was found. His hands went slack, several limp strands of hair dangling between his fingers. I've got nothing left. That's why I moved in. Then, have you discovered anything? Chen Ge asked. Wang Qi opened his mouth to answer, but froze. Instead of speaking, he pulled out his phone, tapped rapidly on the screen, then held it out for Chen Ge to read. My fiancé has been kidnapped by the people who live here. Chen Ge blinked at the message, caught off guard by the abrupt shift. Hold on, kidnapping and disappearance? Those are two completely different things. Wang Qi quickly raised a finger to his lips, urging silence. Then he turned his back to the corridor, shielding the screen from any prying eyes, and flipped the phone around again. Chen Ge's gaze fell on the inbox, and his blood ran cold. There it was, a message from Wang Qi's missing fiancé. Just 2 words. Save me. But what truly made his skin crawl wasn't the plea itself. It was the timestamp. 2 a.m. last night. Chapter 17. Fu and Apartments. From a stranger's perspective, Wang Qi might have seemed a little too eager to run off the newcomer. So, Chen Ge made no promises. If anything, after hearing the man's story, a creeping suspicion took root. Wang Qi was holding something back. I've told you everything I know. There's still time to leave. When the clock strikes 12, the apartment becomes something else. With that, Wang Qi brushed the dust from his clothes and turned to go. It wasn't until Wang Qi's shadow dissolved into the night that Chen Ge snapped out of it. He'd come hoping to get more information from the tenants about the building. Instead, he was left with more questions than answers. That guy's a real piece of work. But is he crazy, or just broken? Chen Ge recalled the man's cloudy, unfocused eyes, dead centers of grief that never once made direct contact. The discomfort it stirred wasn't something he could shake off. That pain, that bone-deep exhaustion. No one could fake that. Still, if nothing else, the man clearly loved his fiancée. As Chen Ge made his way back to his room, he slowed near the woman's door on the first floor. Something made him pause. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and knocked. The woman's door stayed shut. But to Chen Ge's surprise, the door directly across the hall creaked open. A lanky man leaned against the frame, half-shadowed, his expression unreadable. He looked to be in his 30s, though time had clearly taken a few liberties. His beard nearly fused with his unwashed hair, and a fading peony tattoo sprawled across the back of his hand. And you are? Chen Ge asked, turning toward him with wary eyes. The guy passing out those missing person flyers? Not even a tenant here. The man tapped his temple with one long finger. Something's off in his head. Don't believe a word he says, and best you keep your distance. It was the first time Chen Ge had seen this man. Despite his rough appearance, his demeanor was, ironically, the most grounded of anyone Chen Ge had met in the building so far. The guy's behavior is definitely odd, Chen Ge offered. But maybe he's just wrecked from losing his fiancée. Did he tell you she disappeared around this apartment? Yeah. And that the police told him that's why he's been hanging around here? Also yes. The man let out a dry, mirthless chuckle. I've lived here 9 months. Not once have I seen the police show up. That guy's full of it. And you don't actually buy that ghost crap, do you? He pulled out a crumpled cigarette and let it hang from his lips. There are no ghosts in this world. If you see one, it's just someone playing dress-up. Anyway, it's late. You'd better head back to your room. Chen Ge thanked the man and turned to leave. As he climbed the stairs, His mind churned. Obviously, one of them is lying. But which one? Lost in thought, he didn't notice he'd wandered up to the 3rd floor until the faded number stenciled on the wall caught his eye. The voice-activated light above flickered uncertainly, sputtering to life in fits. The hallway stretched out before him in a state of complete neglect. Grime caked the floor, dark and sticky. Scorch marks slivered across the walls. The paint peeled back in long curling strips, like old skin sloughing off a corpse. Beneath it, the wall bore strange, jagged lines that looked disturbingly like thick, deliberate cuts. Why leave this floor unrestored? Budget issues. Or something uglier. The light blinked once more and died, plunging everything into thick, unrelenting black. But Chen Ge didn't panic. He was no stranger to the dark. Working in a haunted house trained that instinct out of him. He reached for his phone, ready to switch on the flashlight, when something moved. A shadow darted across the far end of the corridor. Fast. Too fast. Who's there? Chen Ge's voice cut through the darkness as he flicked on the flashlight. A pale beam swept across the decaying 3rd floor, but the shadow was gone. He hesitated, poised to chase whatever it was, when footsteps echoed from the stairwell below. The landlord? If the notoriously short-fused landlord caught him snooping on the 3rd floor, there was a good chance he'd be thrown out on the spot. Chen Ge slipped his phone back into his pocket and quietly retreated to the 2nd floor. As he rounded the stairwell, he spotted a rotund, short man emerging from one of the rooms, cradling a basin and humming to himself. The man stopped cold when he saw Chen Ge. His cheerful tune died mid-note. Without a word, he spun around and bolted back into the room. What the hell was that about? Do I really look that terrifying? Back in his room, Chen Ge lay on the bed, clutching his backpack like a shield. The thought crawled back into his head and wouldn't let go. There isn't a single normal person in this building. Every one of them could be tied to the murders. As those words slipped from his lips, Chen Ge suddenly sat upright in bed. Wait a second, the mission said to find the party responsible for the murders. But party could mean one person, or more than one. If there were multiple victims, doesn't that raise the odds of multiple killers? He swung his legs over the side of the bed, heart ticking faster. I need more information on that case, on whatever went down here years ago. Digging out his phone, he pulled up his browser. His conversation with Wang Qi hadn't been entirely useless. At the very least, it gave him one key piece of intel. Before it was renamed Ping and Apartments, the building had been called Fu and Apartments. He typed in Jiujiang Fu and Apartments, hit search, and began scrolling. Within minutes, a series of bone-chilling headlines lit up his screen. A family of 4 brutally murdered. The murderer has disappeared into thin air. Accident or homicide. The truth behind the fire that razed Fu and Apartments. Case within a case. Bodies hidden inside the building unearthed. As Chen Ge scrolled through the reports on Fu and Apartments, a cold shiver crept up his spine. This wasn't a story. It wasn't urban legend or internet fiction. It had happened, and he was living in the aftermath, smack in the middle of the crime scene. 5 years ago, a neighbor noticed thick smog rising from the building and called the fire brigade. The firefighters arrived quickly, put out the blaze, and began assessing the damage and investigating the source. At first, it seemed like another run-of-the-mill accidental fire. But as they dug deeper, the details stopped adding up. Cracks split the cement walls. The glass panes were strangely intact, yet scorched. Soot coated the ceiling like tar. All signs pointed to a fire that had burned hot and spread unnaturally fast. More disturbing still, the investigators found multiple points of ignition, each located far from the others. It was textbook arson. And the more they uncovered, the uglier it got. With the arson confirmed, the investigation shifted gears. Once the police got involved, they uncovered 4 charred bodies in the ruins, believed to be the family of 4 who had operated the rental property. The case made headlines at the time. The authorities threw everything they had at it, but the fire had wiped out most of the evidence. They scoured the scene, but never found a trace of a fifth person, let alone the killer. The apartment remained sealed for an entire year. Eventually, ownership passed to the landlord's father, and that's when Fu An Apartments was rebranded as Ping An Apartments. A family burned alive. No suspect ever caught. No wonder the place was rumored to be haunted. Oddly enough, that thought brought Chen Ge a strange sense of relief. At least now he knew what he was up against. Then something in the reports made him pause. All the articles agreed. At the time of his death, the owner had been 41 years old. Afterward, the property was transferred to his father. Which means, Chen Ge realized, the current landlord, if he really is the heir, should be somewhere in his 60s or 70s by now. Chapter 18. Live stream. There was only one person who fit the criteria, the old man sharing the room with the landlord. This is strange, Chen Ge thought. According to the news reports, the owner should be an elderly man, but the landlord who greeted me looked no older than middle-aged. He rose quietly and pressed his ear to the wall. The television next door was still blasting away, currently some generic commercial. Weird. Who actually watches commercials? Shouldn't they have changed the channel by now? They'd been sitting through them for minutes. Chen Ge leaned closer, frowning. Maybe I missed something. He cleared his thoughts, mentally retracing the clues. Right after I moved in, I heard a plate shatter in the neighboring room. Then came the shouting, loud cursing from the landlord aimed at the old man. That kept going until the TV volume was cranked up. Given that the old man was likely immobile, it could only have been the landlord who raised the volume. But why? Chen Ge narrowed his eyes as a thought took shape. Is the landlord abusing the old man? Is the TV noise just a cover, to drown out the sound of violence? The longer he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. The shattered plate, it happened right as I moved in. Isn't that too well timed? Could it have been an SOS? Just a broken dish, nothing dramatic. Hardly a reason to fly into a rage. Unless the landlord panicked. Maybe he thought the sound would draw my attention. But why would he be afraid? And why would the old man need to call for help? Then another detail surfaced, something that hadn't struck him as important until now. While the landlord had been shouting, he'd slipped in several curses in a foreign dialect. That's right. The family who died here were locals. But this guy, the so-called landlord, he's not from Zhejiang. There's no way he's blood-related to the old man or his family. Normally, no one would entrust their property to a complete stranger, unless the limping man had muscled his way in and was now keeping the old man captive. If that's really what's going on, Chen Ge thought, then he's either a greedy caretaker who overstepped, or the actual murderer. Either way, it didn't bode well. Chen Ge's fists clenched. That would also explain why he was snooping around my door earlier. He wanted to see how much I'd figured out. Sweat broke across Chen Ge's forehead. I'm not even a real detective. All I've got are second-hand instincts from TV dramas and crime shows. So, what now? Storm in next door and knock the guy out cold with the mallet? Tempting, but reckless. If I'm wrong, I'll be the one in handcuffs. He glanced at the mallet in his hand, the penknife tucked in his pocket. Pacing the room, he tried to calm his nerves, but each step only wounded him tighter. Test the landlord to confirm his identity? Too risky. What if I tip my hand too soon? For all he knew, the man had accomplices, and Chen Ge was completely alone. If he made the wrong move, he might not get another. Besides, he had no real evidence, just a mess of suspicions. And let's not forget why I came here in the first place, to find the murderer from 4 years ago. Maybe I should stick to the main mission. Chen Ge was stuck, caught between instinct and reason. Then, suddenly, the television next door cut off. The silence that followed was unnerving. What now? He crept to the door, cracked it open, and dropped to the floor. Peering out, he stared at the door next to his. No light spilled from the gap beneath it. Sleeping at 8? That didn't sit right. Gripping the mallet, Chen Ge crawled to the landlord's door. He paused. From an outside perspective, He looked like a lunatic, a guy sneaking around with a weapon in hand. That moment of clarity hit him hard. He glanced behind him to make sure no one was watching, then quietly stashed the mallet and scuttled back to his room. Then again, his theory might not be airtight. If only I had a professional to help me break this down. Chen Ge lay back on the bed and pulled out his phone. Scrolling through his contacts, he sighed. Other than Su Wan, he hadn't exactly been keeping in touch with anyone. Jesus Christ, I really am loyal, he muttered to himself. He thought for a moment. Among the handful of people he knew, the only one even remotely connected to investigative work was Hisan, the medical student who'd fainted inside his haunted house. Well, med students are supposed to be logical. That already puts him a few steps ahead of me. Opening his video sharing app, Chen Ge noticed he had about 20 private messages waiting. He tapped one at random. It was from a studio affiliated with the platform, expressing interest in recruiting him. A talent scout? Seriously? He didn't have time for this. Scrolling past the rest, he hunted for Hisan's ID and shoved the offer to the back of his mind. Several minutes later, the studio messaged him again. You there? We saw your video. It has a lot of potential. We were wondering if you'd be interested in cooperating with us. We can reach out to the platform's top streamers on your behalf to boost your exposure. Doing this solo is tough. Most successful streamers rely on teams and connections. This is a solid offer. Please consider it. You there? The relentless pop-ups made Chen Ge grit his teeth. He was trying to survive the night in an apartment tied to a quadruple homicide, and these people wanted to sell him brand placement? He finally typed back, AFK. The reply came fast. Young man, you're quite the character. Just think it over. If you add our studio's logo to your videos, we'll help push your visibility. That's all you need to do. Chen Ge resisted the urge to snap. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested right now. He figured he was being polite enough. Anyone else probably would have unleashed a string of profanity and blocked them already. Your short video has the potential to go viral, but you have to understand, it's only a possibility, the studio rep continued. This platform sees over 1 million uploads every day. You're just one of the lucky ones. These days, viewers want fast food entertainment. They don't wait. There's always something newer and flashier around the corner. If you don't manage your content carefully, it'll get buried in the feed before you know it. Chen Ge's patience was wearing thin. We'll talk later. I'm dealing with something important right now. Finally, he found Hisan's ID. What's more important than making money? The rep fired back. If you're still unsure, maybe we can arrange another kind of deal. We're willing to pay well for your content, or even your shooting technique. That did it. Chen Ge, officially annoyed, blocked the account and fired off a message to Hisan. To his surprise, the reply came within seconds. Boss, I've been waiting for you to drop a new video. Hold on. I've got a more important question for you. After getting Hisan's number, Chen Ge dialed a call and explained the situation, his voice low and cautious, barely above a whisper. Chapter 19. Rising Popularity. Afraid the landlord next door might overhear him, Chen Ge lowered his voice to a whisper, unintentionally thickening the already tense atmosphere. When he finished speaking, silence clung to the line. On the other end of the call, Hisan sat stunned. An earnest med student freshly arrived from the countryside, he hadn't expected his first conversation with an online acquaintance to feel like a deleted scene from a crime docuseries. You're actually in that cursed apartment right now? Yes. And the landlord next door might be the killer from that old murder case? Yes. Hold on. This is way too much to process at once. Give me a second. The contrast between them was almost comical. One sat swaddled in a warm blanket, chomping on KFC while half-watching cat videos. The other was alone in a decaying apartment steeped in gloom and saturated with whispers of blood. Boss, I still think you should report this to the police. Sure, you don't have any solid proof, but between making a false report and possibly getting murdered, I'd say your life's the bigger priority. He-san meant well, but Chen Ge had his own calculus. Murder by midnight wasn't just some urban legend. It was a mission assigned by the Black Phone. For it to succeed, he had to survive the night inside that apartment. Any interference, especially from the cops, could derail the whole thing. The mission's reward involved unlocking a new scenario, and giving up now would feel like tossing treasure into a sewer. It's not time to bring in the police yet, Chen Ge said quietly. Your safety should be the priority. Boss, how about this? He-san hesitated, then continued. Turn on your phone's GPS triangulation and keep the line open all night. I'll listen in, and if anything sounds off, I'll call the police immediately. Not a bad idea, actually. Chen Ge glanced at his phone. The video sharing app was still open, idling on an ad for a mukbang stream, someone gorging themselves on buckets of seafood like it was the end of the world. A thought sparked. What if I start a live stream from inside the haunted apartment? He murmured. If something happens, the viewers could alert the police. Plus, the stream would double as recorded evidence. And if nothing happens, best case, I'll still draw in viewers and get free promotion for my haunted house. The short video he'd uploaded the night before had already netted him around 1,000 new followers. Visitor traffic to his haunted house had doubled the next day. Clearly, this was a viable strategy. Besides, the real reason he was here wasn't just morbid curiosity. It was the mission. If the live stream helped keep him alive and boosted his profile, that was just smart marketing. I might not have the budget to plaster ads everywhere, but I can use live streams and short videos to grab attention. What Chen Ge lacked in platform, reach, and experience, he more than made up for in raw material. Content wasn't his problem. If anything, he had too much of it. As irritating as that studio rep had been earlier, they weren't wrong. Modern entertainment ran on instant gratification. And really, what delivered faster thrills than a live streamed overnight in a haunted apartment, complete with the possibility of crossing paths with a deranged killer? Viewership followed content, and Chen Ge had a distinct edge. Unlike most streamers, nothing he did was fake. No scripts. No retakes. Not even he knew what was coming next. In a way, the stream was just a public broadcast of him carrying out a mission issued by the Black Phone. He-san, I'm ending the call. Just hop on to my live stream. The stream ID's basically the same as my personal page. After hanging up, Chen Ge activated his phone's GPS triangulation and set 991 as his emergency quick dial. Once the essentials were in place, he tapped over to the live stream option on the video sharing app. These days, most videos barely ran longer than a few seconds. Great for grabbing attention, terrible for making money. To actually build loyalty and monetize followers, streamers relied on live streams in the downtime between uploads. Short videos acted like bait, cast wide to draw in the curious. Live streams, on the other hand, were the hook, what turned casual clicks into committed fans, provided the content had enough bite. Without realizing it, Chen Ge had wandered into one of the most effective ways to build a digital brand. Overnight at a haunted house. Your host, an intrepid explorer. Exposing the parts of the world that are normally hidden from sight. Chen Ge punched in the title, sprinkling it with exclamation marks like salt on a wound, anything to stand out. Not that he really needed the help. The live stream feature on the video sharing app wasn't built for this sort of thing. Its main categories skewed toward casual chatter and barely clothed influencers. Chen Ge's stream stood out like a pile of cow dung in a bed of roses. Offensive, yes, but impossible to ignore. Once the stream went live, his followers were pinged automatically. An announcement popped up on his profile as well. It took less than a few seconds for the first wave of viewers to flood in. He-san commented first. He-san, boss, you're serious? You're really going to live stream this? Death to all men. You're the creep who uploaded that video last night? Good, because I'm here to claim your life. F***CK. Sis, what happened to you? Calm down, maybe we can talk this out. I'm a little green worm. Creep host, subbed. I'm a little green worm. Any subs know what the content of this stream is? Do you not know how to read? The title's right there. The moment Chen Ge went live, his little pocket of a phone lit up. Viewers who'd been lurking since last night's upload started flooding in, and the view count crept upward like something crawling out of a crypt. Chen Ge tucked his mallet out of frame and turned to the camera, face serious. Guys, I think there's been a misunderstanding. The video from last night wasn't a prank. I lived through that. You can find the full footage on the Supernatural forums if you don't believe me. It hasn't been doctored. The thing in the mirror was real. I know it sounds insane, but if you stick with me, I'll reveal the hidden side of this world, bit by bit. Hello, 001? What's the number for the mental hospital? I think we've got a runner. I do love the way you **T. Li Ming. I know you're watching the live stream. Go buy me supper. Fried noodles, no chili, thanks. Fusan Mental Hospital, Room 31, subbing to the host. Supporting our buddy on his new career path. Comments flashed across the screen, most laced with disbelief, sarcasm, or outright mockery. Chen Ge, unfazed, stared straight into the lens. I don't mind if you think I'm crazy, he said calmly, because soon enough, you'll realize just how wrong you all are. The viewer count ticked steadily upward. Chen Ge glanced out at the deepening night, the sky fading to an oppressive, heavy dark. He lit a cigarette with steady hands, then turned back to the camera. Let me tell you the bloody history of Fu and apartments. Chapter 20. Crime scene. A mysterious fire. A vanished killer. And Chen Ge, to his own surprise, discovered he had a real talent for spinning stories. He'd managed to distill dozens of news articles and layer in his own theories, shaping a narrative that was both convincing and deeply unsettling. Perfect bait for his live stream audience. That's what went down, he said, stubbing out his cigarette and glancing toward the camera. I came here looking for inspiration for my haunted house, decided to spend the night in this cursed apartment, and ended up uncovering something far more disturbing. Every tenant in this building gives off the wrong kind of vibe, and I'm starting to think the murderer from years ago never left. He's still here, hiding among them. A ripple of comments hit the live stream feed. So, a real-life murder mystery. Someone typed. Anyone got a brilliant guess who the killer really is? I'm a little green worm, chimed in with a sneer. Host, you sure know how to **T. We're not that gullible. But another viewer pushed back. Zhejiang City's Fu and apartments. I just looked it up. The host doesn't seem to be lying. I believe him, said He-san. However, I'm a little green worm wasn't ready to buy in just yet. Even if the host isn't lying about the case, the comment read, how do we know he's actually at the cursed apartment? He said it was burned down. But look at that room. Clean walls, fresh paint, furniture that's old but still usable. Does that look like the scene of a fire to any of you? Chen Ge leaned closer to the camera, unbothered. I won't lie to you guys about that. You want proof. Easy. He shifted a dusty makeup counter aside, revealing a patch of wall. Pulling out his penknife, he scraped away a small section of the paint. The name of a building can be changed. The place can be repainted, refurnished. But some things, he tapped the exposed surface, can't be erased. Under the glossy coat of paint, the bricks beneath were scorched and blackened, burn scars etched into the very bones of the apartment. This, Chen Ge said, is your evidence. This is where the fire really happened. No, I'm more interested in why you brought a mallet and a knife to a hostel. Self-defense. Death to all man asked, cutting through the tension with the kind of logic no one really wanted to acknowledge. Hosts out here vandalizing a wall for no reason. 1 minute of silence for the poor landlord. Another viewer quipped. How much did you pay for a place like this? Someone else chimed in. Doesn't even have a TV. Chen Ge stared at the chat log, then sighed. loudly. Guys, can we not focus on the irrelevant crap? Maybe try a little respect? I'm out here risking my life doing this live stream for you. Death to All Man promptly sent a $1 donation. $1 donation as a sign of respect. It was hard to stay mad at them, annoying as they were. At least they hadn't abandoned the stream. Fine, Chen Ge muttered. Back to business. He refocused. Since I got here, I've met 6 different tenants. The first was a woman who might not be all there. When I arrived, she gave me this twisted little smile for no reason. Honestly, it rattled me a bit. But I haven't had any more contact with her, so that's all I've got for now. Chen Ge went on to introduce each of the tenants he'd encountered so far, giving his viewers a rundown with just enough suspicion baked into the details to keep the chat on edge. In terms of motive, he said, the landlord's definitely at the top of the list, but his limp makes quick movement almost impossible. So if we're going by physical capability, the tattooed guy on the first floor and the fat man on the second are our most viable suspects. Still, we can't rule out the woman, or the seemingly fragile Wang Qi. Basically, you've got Jack, Death to All Man replied. Based on your half-baked theory, I'm starting to think it's the old man in the wheelchair. He's the one who gained the most from the fire, right? That's not entirely implausible, another viewer added. Sure, he's disabled now, but who's to say he wasn't perfectly fine 4 years ago? It was a fire, not a knife fight. You don't need to be spry to light a match. Also, ever think the old guy might be faking it? The most unlikely suspect is usually the one you should watch. Actually, I'm more suspicious of the woman on the first floor, a viewer chimed in. She smiled at the host, like she was trying to send him a message. Host, can you still remember the curve of her lips? How wide her mouth was open when she smiled? I'll analyze it for you. Psychologically. I can't, Chen Ge admitted. As the chat exploded with theories, jokes, and unsolicited psychoanalysis, the livestream's view count ticked steadily upward. Chen Ge stared at the fast-scrolling comments and sighed inwardly. These people are hopeless. If I want real answers, I'll have to dig them up myself. Setting the phone back in its makeshift tripod, he spoke into the camera. I took a quick look around before going live. Most of the first and second floors have been renovated, but the third floor? Parts of it are still exactly as they were 4 years ago. In a bit, I'm heading up to check it out. Maybe we'll find something useful. Chapter 21. Party of More Than One? The small room reeked of rot. A leak in the ceiling had soaked the walls, and the barred windows trapped the damp inside like a prison cell. The mold clung thickly to the corners, exhaling a sour stench that curdled the air. Unpleasant didn't quite cover it. Chen Ge stepped in, his eyes narrowing on the wooden planks nailed over the windows. They looked oddly new, fresh from store. Someone had boarded them up recently. Just a regular guest room, he thought. Whatever wrecked furniture had once cluttered the space was long gone, leaving behind a barren shell. Nothing of note remained. Then again, years had passed. Any trace of what happened here would have decayed or been buried under time. He stepped back into the hallway and pressed on, the corridor ahead thick with shadows. Most of the rooms he passed were empty. Garbage clogged the passage, piles of discarded junk, broken appliances, scraps of cloth. Each step was a negotiation with filth. You can tell a lot about a person by what they throw away, Chen Ge mused. If I'm lucky, something in this trash heap might be evidence. With a new objective in mind, Chen Ge pushed deeper into the filth, enduring the rancid air that clung to his clothes and lungs like wet ash. Nearly an hour in, something unusual finally surfaced. Toy dolls? He paused, frowning. There aren't any kids among the tenants I've met. So, who the hell do these belong to? Driven by curiosity, he spent another hour sifting through the layered detritus, the stench becoming a dull throb in his skull. Eventually, he unearthed 4 rag dolls buried beneath the waste like forgotten corpses. If he hadn't studied toy design, he probably would have overlooked them entirely. They were in bad shape, filthy, stained, and crawling with mold. Parts of the fabric had practically fused to the surrounding garbage. The dolls were so delicate now, Chen Ge had to handle them like brittle bones, each tug threatening to tear away clumps of matted wool. Examining them more closely, he noted something strange. While each doll was different in style and form, they all shared one thing in common. Same manufacturer. Same origin. Could these have been left behind by the newer tenants of Ping and Apartments? Chen Ge mulled it over, but dismissed the idea just as quickly. The odds of a family with children moving into a dump like this were slim at best. Even if someone had, it was unlikely they'd own 4 dolls, all from the same manufacturer. That kind of uniformity didn't scream random. He ran his fingers over the worn fabric, noting the faded patterns and retro stitching. These are old. Really old. The designs were at least several years out of date. The toy industry churned out new trends like clockwork. Before inheriting the haunted house, Chen Ge had worked for a toy company. He knew exactly how fast the market moved. If they didn't belong to the current tenants, then maybe, just maybe, they were from the original residents of Fu and Apartments. The previous owner had 2 daughters. His eyes narrowed. If my guess is right, these were theirs. But that raised a bigger question, one that knotted something cold in his stomach. This place was gutted by fire. So how the hell did these 4 dolls survive? Coincidence? Chen Ge stared at the dolls, unease creeping in like mold behind wallpaper. Or did someone go out of their way to stash them somewhere the fire couldn't reach? He was getting close, he could feel it. The thread he'd been tugging was starting to unravel. And the only person who could have done that is the killer. But that only twisted the mystery tighter. Why would a murderer risk their life to save 4 stuffed dolls? Were they sentimental keepsakes? Trophies? Evidence? One of the dolls had a zipper on its back, rusted shut from time and moisture. Chen Ge didn't bother trying to force it open. He simply tore through the fabric with his fingers. Buried in the cotton stuffing was a small, aged card. It fit neatly in the center of his palm. A love letter. He blinked. Seriously. The delivery was so cloyingly sentimental that he winced for the guy. Hiding a love letter inside a doll? God, that's painfully corny. Whoever wrote this wasn't just shy. They were practically allergic to direct interaction. They couldn't confess in person, so they slipped their heart into a ragdoll, hoping the girl would discover it herself. Driven now by both curiosity and a lingering unease, Chen Ge ripped open 2 more dolls. Each one held a similar card inside. The same cramped handwriting. The same bittersweet cowardice. When he tore open the last doll, a chill slid down his spine. Instead of a love letter, the cotton was packed with shredded slips of paper that, when reassembled, shouted one brutal command: "Go to hell." Affection had somehow curdled into fury, and whatever happened in between was lost to time. These scraps were clearly the killer's handiwork, vital evidence. Chen Ge pocketed several pieces, but before he could press on, the voice-activated light over the stairwell flicked on. **T. Someone's coming. He turned off his phone's flashlight, scooped up the dolls, and ducked into the nearest guest room. Holding his breath, he pressed flat against the wall and watched through the sliver of space between door and jamb. Footsteps echoed up the stairwell. Measured, deliberate. Then came voices, a man and a woman, their conversation rising from the shadows below. "We have to move that thing out soon. We can't delay anymore." The new tenant already came up to the 3rd floor. Luckily, he turned around at the staircase. If he'd gone any farther, he would have seen me. "I know. More strangers have been poking around lately. We need to deal with it before someone really finds out." Agreed. Spread the word. Tell everyone to be ready. We dig it up tonight and bury it in the hills. The man carried an old-fashioned oil lamp, the flame flickering across their faces. In the glow, Chen Ge recognized the speakers, the landlord and the woman from the 1st floor. What the hell are they doing up here in the middle of the night? Chen Ge pressed his body tighter against the wall, keeping still, his breath shallow. He wasn't ready to be seen, Not yet. Not long after, two more figures ascended the stairs. The tattooed guy and the overweight man Chen Ge had seen earlier. Both were dressed head to toe in black, like medieval executioners. They carried a mismatched arsenal. Wires, a gunny sack, cleavers. What the hell are they planning? The group clustered in the hallway, tension hanging heavier than the mold-stained air. Voices rose, low, strained, already edging into argument. Trailing behind, the fat man dragged his feet, eyes on the floor. "Do we really have to do this?" he muttered. "If we dig it out, our fingerprints will be all over it. It'll be impossible to explain." The landlord shot him a glare sharp enough to leave a scar. "And you think it's easier to explain if we just leave it there? Quit whining and start moving. I still say we should call the cops." The fat man planted himself like a rock, unmoving. The tattooed man stormed over and seized the fat guy by the collar, yanking him close. His voice dropped to a hiss, venom curling off each word. "Have you lost your damn mind? You want to die that badly? If we call the cops, we're screwed. You think they'll just overlook your hit and run? Or how we've been squatting in the old man's place like cockroaches?" "Easy, honey." The woman stepped in, placing a steadying hand on the tattooed man's arm. "We're all in the same boat. Turning on each other won't get us anywhere. Let's just do what we came to do." The landlord's gaze swept over them like a judge handing down a sentence. "None of us have a clean slate," he said flatly. "And it wasn't easy finding a hideout this convenient. If anyone's thinking about flipping the script, don't." He tossed the iron hammer to the fat man, the clang of metal against palm loud in the silence. "You go first. Start digging." "Me." Sweat broke out instantly across the fat man's forehead. His face went ghost pale as he stooped to drag the mallet along the floor, its metallic scrape shrill in the silence. Watching from his hiding place, Chen Ge felt a cold coil tighten in his gut. What the hell are they planning to dig up? The fat man shuffled toward the far end of the staircase, where the trash was piled thickest. Under the tense gazes of the others, he began to clear it away, piece by piece, until a heavy curtain came into view, hidden behind the debris like a theater's final act. He pulled it aside. Behind it was a cement wall. Reinforced. Deliberate. And embedded in that wall, partially visible through a thin layer of plaster, was the body of a woman. She was facing away from them. Silent. Sealed inside. Chapter 22. Murder by Midnight. Chen Ge clamped his mouth shut to keep from making a sound. The moment he saw the body, he messaged Tisan. "Call the police now." The staircase was pitch black, and a closed door stood between him and the others, so the viewers had no clue what was unfolding. Not that it mattered. Chen Ge didn't have time for them. He leaned in closer to the crack, scarcely daring to blink. The body's hidden inside the wall. That's what they're digging up, Chen Ge thought. He didn't dare make a single sudden move. He was exposed, too exposed. The tenants were just a few steps away. If any of them turned around and walked into the room he was hiding in, he'd be done for. "Are you building sandcastles or burying a body? Put some muscle into it," the landlord snapped as he stomped over. He dropped the gunny sack onto the floor and squatted down, carefully clearing the cement from around the body. Their movements were deliberately quiet, probably afraid of waking the other tenants. The wall gave with slow resistance, cement dust spilling everywhere. Sweat beaded on their brows, though whether from nerves or exertion was anyone's guess. They took turns with the tools, but it was clear this wasn't something they'd done before. Unease clung to them, slowing their pace. After 10 tense minutes, they finally wrestled the body free and stuffed it into the gunny sack. "Faddy, you stay back and clean up the mess. The rest of us will take her up the hill and bury her," the landlord said, handing over the hammer like it was a cursed baton. "I'm coming with you," the rotund man blurted out, his voice cracking under the weight of exhaustion. The whole thing had drained him, physically, mentally, spiritually. No way he had the guts to stay behind in the dark. Would you man up a little? The landlord rolled his eyes, then turned to the only woman in the group. One air, you stay back and babysit. We'll meet at the usual spot up the hill. Without waiting for a reply, he slung the gunny sack over his shoulder and headed downstairs with the tattooed man. His footsteps echoed, heavy, then light, then heavy again, thanks to the limp. Just as he passed the room where Chen Ge was hiding, he suddenly stopped. Why is there so much cotton on the floor? Chen Ge's heart leapt into his throat at the landlord's question. When he'd torn the dolls open earlier, scraps of cotton and shredded paper had spilled onto the floor. It had been too dark to notice at the time, and now, far too late to fix. It's probably just trash, the tattooed man muttered from behind. We'll deal with it later. This thing's heavy. Let's handle the important part first. The landlord hesitated, then gave a grunt of agreement. The two of them continued down the corridor and disappeared down the stairs. Fatty, don't just stand there, start cleaning, the woman snapped. She and the fat man set to work, scooping up the stray bits and wiping blood off the tools. A few minutes later, they followed the others downstairs, dragging a second bulging sack behind them. Their footsteps faded, swallowed by the silence. Only when the third floor fell completely still did Chen Ge finally dare to breathe. He leaned forward and peeked through the crack. The corridor was dark. Empty. Everyone was gone. F***K. That scared the crap out of me. He waited another 3 minutes, just to be sure. When no one returned, he crept out from behind the door, moving on tiptoe. He didn't risk using his phone. The glow might give him away. Instead, he placed one hand on the wall and felt his way forward, inch by cautious inch. Judging by their conversation, yeah, those people aren't exactly innocent. But the woman in the wall? Doesn't sound like she had anything to do with them. If anything, they were a special kind of unlucky. After taking over the old man's property, they'd inherited a corpse in the wall. A normal person would have called the cops without hesitation, but not them. Each one had something to hide. Skeletons of their own. So instead of reporting the murder, they were stuck cleaning up someone else's mess, helping the real killer stay hidden. Now they were even burying the evidence for him. No wonder the landlord kept warning me not to wander around after dark. As Chen Ge's eyes adjusted to the gloom, he picked up speed. He didn't care about his backpack anymore. He just wanted out. He headed straight for the first floor. F***K. The front door was locked. He was trapped. They remembered to lock the door, even while hauling a corpse up the hill. A cold twist of fear curled in Chen Ge's chest. Of course they did. The windows on the first floor were reinforced with anti-theft netting. The third floor ones were sealed tight with new wooden planks. That leaves only the second floor. The longer he remained inside the apartment, the more the walls seemed to close in. Clutching the mallet like a lifeline, he crept back upstairs. The second floor corridor loomed in the dark, gaping like the maw of some slumbering beast. Too quiet. His room was next to the landlord's, deepest end of the corridor. Every nerve was on edge. He half expected a door to creak open, a shadow to step out, a hand to grab him. Holding his breath, Chen Ge slid silently down the hall toward his room. Thankfully, no surprises, yet. If I tie the bedspread together, it should be long enough to get me out the window and down to the first floor. Chen Ge pulled out his key and switched on his phone's flashlight, aiming it at the lock. Just as he was about to insert the key, his hand froze. Where's the hair I left in the keyhole? Every hair on his body stood on end. A chill gripped him, tight and total. His limbs locked up. Someone's been inside. They know I'm not in the room. His breathing quickened, ragged and shallow, like something cold and sharp was lodged in his lungs. When did they get in? After they dug up the body? Or when they saw the cotton on the floor? It didn't matter. None of it mattered. Chen Ge stepped back, slow and steady, trying not to make a sound. He stared at the door to his room, heart pounding like a drum. I can't go in. They're probably waiting inside to ambush me. Chen Ge adjusted quickly. His heart was strong, and survival demanded speed. I have to get out of here. Now. Or I'm dead. He didn't make a sound as he backed away, careful with every step. There was no other way out, only the second-floor windows. Everything else was sealed, barred, or bolted shut. Keeping to the shadows, Chen Ge slipped to the farthest end of the corridor, the rightmost corner, the point farthest from his room. These tenants are way more dangerous than I thought. Whether I make it out alive depends entirely on this gamble. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ge raised the mallet and slammed it down on the lock of the room at the very end of the hall. The uneasy silence of Ping and apartments shattered like glass. Chen Ge pounded the lock like a madman, each blow echoing down the corridor like a war drum. The noise summoned exactly who he didn't want to see. The door to room 208, his room, burst open. The tattooed man and the landlord charged out, weapons in hand, a hammer and a cleaver, faces twisted in rage. They ran straight at him. Please open. The lock gave way with a snap. Without hesitation, Chen Ge kicked the door open and dove inside. Chapter 23. Real Killer. The door slammed hard against the wall as Chen Ge burst into the room and yanked the window open. F***CK. It's so high. From the sill, the drop looked at least 3 or 4 meters. Footsteps pounded louder behind him. The landlord and the tattooed thug were closing in fast. No time to think. Chen Ge hurled himself out the window, catching the ledge with both hands as one foot found purchase on the anti-theft steel netting below the first-floor window. He must have seen us move the body. Don't let him get away. The landlord's ugly mug appeared in the doorway. Brandishing a cleaver, he hissed. You think you can escape? Chen Ge didn't dare hesitate. He let go. The netting shredded his sleeves and scraped his arms as he slid down the wall. Hitting the ground in a rough roll, he popped back to his feet, snatched the mallet off the floor, and sprinted toward the gate. Quick, grab him! The landlord roared, hurling the cleaver at Chen Ge. Something whistled past his ear. He turned just in time to see the blade buried deep in the grass, and shivered. If they catch me, I'm dead. No question. The front door burst open. The fat man and the woman, who'd been lurking on the first floor, charged after him, each wielding a pair of hedge clippers. Bunch of lunatics. Chen Ge bolted. He flew toward the gate like an arrow, stomped down on the newly changed lock, and scrambled up the rusted metal. The apartment building was hemmed in by thick forest. Darkness pressed in on all sides. No moonlight, no path, no clue where he was going. But with a crew of homicidal psychos at his back, getting lost in the woods felt like the better option. He jumped and vanished into the trees. As Chen Ge tore through the underbrush, beams of flashlight occasionally slashed the darkness. The landlord's voice, along with the tattooed guy's curses, echoed close behind. He didn't dare look back. Only one thought hammered through his mind. Just run. Branches clawed at his clothes, tearing fabric and skin alike. Mud and leaves clung to him, soaking through every layer. After 15 straight minutes of flat-out sprinting, he finally ducked into a bush and crouched low, panting hard. In the distance, a faint glow flickered. Fingers digging into the damp soil, he sucked in gulps of air like a drowning man. That was way too close. One wrong move back in that hellhole of an apartment and he'd be a corpse by now. Jesus, this trial mission's cranked to nightmare mode. The black phone wasn't just screwing with him, it was playing games with his life. And the worst part? It was all actually happening. Shaking off the landlord's crew didn't mean he was safe. Chen Ge stayed curled up in the bush, still half expecting to turn his head and see them looming behind him. Clippers in one hand, cleavers in the other. Only when his heart rate began to slow did he dare creep out. The flashlight beams were gone. The forest had gone unervingly still. No wind. No birdsong. Which way's out? He hated to admit it, but he was completely lost. Should I just stay hidden till dawn? He pulled out his phone. The live stream was still running, but the screen had been blacked out for over an hour. The chat log was nothing but a wall of question marks. Even the veteran viewers were stumped. He didn't bother explaining. Just checked the time and was about to open a message from He-san when... crunch. The soft sound of leaves shifting behind him. Chen Ge instantly shoved the phone back into his pocket. The last thing he needed was for the screen's glow to give him away. Clutching the mallet, he crouched low, sweat slicking his palms. His eyes locked on the direction of the sound. A moment later, a dim beam of light cut through the darkness. Just as he tensed to swing, a familiar voice called out, "Is someone there?" "Who is it?" "Wang Qi." "Didn't he leave the apartment a long time ago? Why the hell is he out here in the middle of the night?" Chen Ge's curiosity flared, but he knew better. Curiosity gets people killed. He stayed put. Was I wrong? No way. Wang Qi swept his flashlight in a wide arc, slowly pacing the area. I can't let him see me. This guy's even more off than the psychos back at Ping and Apartments. Chen Ge slipped farther into the shadows, retreating silently as Wang Qi wandered the forest. After pushing forward for a while, Chen Ge noticed the hill growing steeper beneath his feet. Somewhere along the way, he'd veered off course. Now he was on the other side entirely. He broke through a thicket of dense brush, and stopped. A secluded structure stood before him. Nestled among the trees was a modest wooden house, plain and unassuming. A weathered sign hung crookedly on the front door. As he stepped closer, the faded letters came into view. Fire is a very dangerous thing in the forest, so be careful when using flames. Saving the environment starts with you. Do not litter. Looks like a forest ranger's rest stop. He gave the door a push. It wasn't locked. It creaked open slowly, and a sour, unfamiliar smell drifted out. What the hell is that? He didn't dare turn on his flashlight. Instead, he relied on the dim glow of his phone screen to light the way. The cabin was small, but jam-packed with clutter. Piles of everyday junk crowded the space. It looked less like a ranger's rest station, and more like a dump. Chen Ge sniffed the air and followed the sour stench to its source, a bed shoved against the wall. He lifted the wooden mattress. Underneath was a pile of clothes, damp with mold and rot. A hoarder. No, this was stranger than he'd expected. All of the garments were women's, worn and unwashed. He tugged out a few pieces and laid them side by side. Same size. Same cut. These all belonged to the same person. He touched the fabric. Wet with mud. Still fresh. The mud hasn't even dried. Someone wore these recently? Thanks to the mortician's makeup skill, Chen Ge had a disturbingly accurate grasp of human proportions. As he examined the measurements by touch, an image resurfaced in his mind, the woman's body sealed inside the apartment wall. The size matches perfectly. These clothes probably belong to the woman inside the wall. But then, why are they here? Why would the clothes of a dead woman be hidden in this wooden shack? And more disturbing, why had they been worn just days ago? Chen Ge's heart kicked into overdrive. He laid the garments out carefully on the floor. That's when he noticed the slips of paper stuck to a few of them. He peeled one free, held it up to the glow of his phone, and squinted. I love you. Every note said the same thing. Over and over again. This handwriting. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the notes he'd found in the dolls. Side by side, the resemblance was uncanny, almost identical. 90%, at least. The dolls were from 5 years ago. These clothes. Weeks at most. Years apart. But the same writing? Same obsessive messages. Same script. Could the same person have been behind both? Chen Ge gathered the clothes to shove them back under the bed, when something hard slipped from a pocket and hit the floor with a dull thud. A phone. Pink case. A phone. He picked it up. The screen was still on, displaying an unfinished text message. Save me. A chill crept up his spine. He exited the draft and scrolled through the message history. Every single one was the same. Save me. 2 words. Over and over again. Chapter 24. I caught the killer. Chen Ge scanned the sent timestamps. Every message sends off at midnight, spaced exactly 1 day apart. Just as Wang Qi had claimed. But that was what made his skin crawl. How does a corpse sealed inside a wall send messages like clockwork every night? Supernatural interference. Maybe. But if this was the work of a powerful spectre, then why were the tenants who disturbed the body still breathing? Something's off. He mentally lined up the evidence, and a sick realization clicked into place. The person messaging Wang Qi every night isn't a ghost. It's the one who killed his fiancée. The same bastard who set that fire years ago. And I think I know who it is, Chen Ge thought, standing inside the wooden house. Wang Qi was considered a lunatic by every tenant in the apartment. The landlord chased him off on sight. But more than that, he was the only person Chen Ge had seen tonight who wasn't a tenant. And yet, he hovered constantly around the building. That meant his actual residence had to be nearby. Uncomfortably nearby. But when Chen Ge had argued with the landlord about the rental, the man had insisted, sworn, there was nowhere else to live within several kilometers. No hotels. No apartments. Nothing. So if Wang Qi wasn't staying elsewhere, that left only one possibility. This wooden house. This is where he sleeps when he's not out plastering those notices. And if that's true, a lot of things suddenly made sense. The pathetic figure who roamed the apartment grounds day after day, asking about his missing fiancée? He's probably the one who killed her. Chen Ge could barely process it. He'd chatted so casually with a cold-blooded killer. Even shared pieces of his own story, like they were just 2 wounded souls swapping tragedies. He swallowed hard. That's when the fear finally hit him. This man. He's broken. Traumatized enough to hoard his dead fiancée's clothes. Using her phone to message himself every night? That's not grief. That's something else entirely. Maybe there was another personality buried deep inside Wang Qi. One that surfaced only after he fell asleep. One that took over. The more Chen Ge thought about it, the worse it got. Unease prickled through his nerves like static. He scrolled through the phone again, desperate for any further clue. This thing has to be covered in his fingerprints. It's solid evidence. I need to keep it safe. But as he stared at the screen, whether from tension or something far worse, he saw a figure flicker across the glass. A girl. Maybe 18 or 19. Blood-soaked school uniform. Expression unreadable. And then, nothing. He rubbed his eyes, trying to get a better look at the screen, when a sudden chill crawled up the back of his neck, cold and deliberate, like unseen fingers tracing his spine. Chen Ge jolted, spinning around. The air in the wooden house dropped several degrees, dead still. His heart slammed against his ribs as his eyes locked onto the figure standing 2 meters behind him. The door had opened without a sound. Wang Qi stood there, eyes bloodshot, an axe slowly rising in his hands. Time froze. The 2 men stared at each other, silent, breath held, neither daring to move. So close. Wang Qi's voice had changed. The dead weight of lethargy from earlier was gone, replaced with something raw and unhinged. The madness he'd kept bottled up was spilling over. Chen Ge said nothing. His fingers tightened around the mallet's handle. He felt an unexpected jolt of gratitude for the spectre. If she hadn't appeared when she did, my head would have been decorating the floor by now. Such a waste. Wang Qi stepped forward. Chen Ge immediately raised his mallet, muscles coiled and ready. Relax, Wang Qi said, his tone almost conversational. You've seen what's on the phone, right? Chen Ge didn't answer. He didn't know what this lunatic was planning, and he wasn't about to lower his guard to find out. Really, if you think about it. I haven't lied to you, Wang Qi continued, voice bright with something like manic cheer. The drained, sluggish man from earlier had vanished. In his place stood someone electric, twitching with energy. unsettlingly lucid. It felt like Chen Ge was talking to a completely different person than the one he'd met that afternoon. When you first approached me at the apartment, I told you. My fiancé was hidden inside, didn't I? And now you know I was telling the truth. I haven't lied. Not once. He nudged a pile of blood-stained fabric with the blunt end of the axe. After all, I'm the one who sealed her inside the wall. Then Wang Qi's voice shifted, snapping from eerie calm to raw, chaotic emotion. His eyes gleamed with something unhinged, as if a memory had ripped through him like shrapnel. He brought the axe down. The clothes tore clean in two. I did nothing wrong, he snarled. She's the one who made the mistake. She wanted to leave. What else could I do? Except try my best to make her stay. The axe swayed in his grip as he moved to block the door, pacing like a predator in a cage. His gaze locked on the severed fabric, wild and brimming with a sick sort of grief. I didn't want to do it. You understand, right? I didn't mean it. But no matter how many excuses he muttered, one truth remained. Wang Qi had killed. More than once. Chen Ge didn't waste time trying to reason with madness. Mallet clenched in one hand, he quietly slid the dead woman's phone into his pocket. His eyes locked on the door, calculating. Find an opening. Take it. Get out. I'm a hated individual. Everyone around me says so. Wang Qi's voice was hollow, trembling. No. Even if they don't say it out loud, I know. I can feel it. He was spiraling now, mind unraveling in real time. His words came in uneven bursts, a rambling monologue directed more at the shadows than at Chen Ge. It was like watching someone wander deeper into a mental labyrinth, each turn dragging him further from reality. While Wang Qi ranted, Chen Ge subtly shifted his stance, angling his body inch by inch. He ran through scenarios in his mind, distraction tactics, decoys, misdirection. No good. The wooden house was too cramped. Too tight. No space for clever tricks. Wang Qi's voice climbed higher, sharper with every sentence. He was losing grip fast, his composure cracking like glass under pressure. The longer Chen Ge stayed, the more dangerous it became. No more simulations. No more waiting. Every muscle in his body coiled tight, ready to spring. Wang Qi's voice was rising, fraying at the edges. The axe wavered in his hands, erratic, unstable. He's about to snap. Then, an opening. Chen Ge launched forward, slamming into Wang Qi with all the force his adrenaline-flooded body could muster. Never underestimate a cornered rabbit. This, charging a serial killer head-on, might have been the single bravest, or most reckless, thing Chen Ge had done in his entire life. And in that moment, he was faster. In the dark, Wang Qi hesitated. One beat too slow. The mallet came down. Bang. It connected with bone, wet, solid. Chen Ge felt something slick coat his hand. No time to hesitate. He followed up with a savage kick to the gut. Wang Qi doubled over, wheezing. And Chen Ge blasted out the door. He tore into the forest, branches clawing at his arms as he ran. This time, he kept track of his direction. The trees thinned out. The ground grew smoother. But he wasn't safe. Not yet. Behind him, branches snapped. Sharp, irregular. A wavering light flickered through the dark. He's still chasing me. Chen Ge didn't dare stop, didn't even slow. His lungs burned, legs ached, but he forced himself forward. It wasn't until the cement road came into view that the sounds behind him began to fade. They've probably cleared out by now. He pushed on, running a few hundred meters down the road, until he heard it. Police sirens. Lights flared on the horizon. Headlights cutting through the dark like salvation. I'm saved, he shouted, jumping into the middle of the road, waving his arms. It was me who called the police. I caught the killer from 4 years ago. Chapter 25. Unlocking a new scenario. Sitting on the wooden table were several used cotton swabs, a half-empty bottle of mineral water, and an unopened bun. The young officer across from Chen Ge set down his recorder, retrieved his phone, and turned the screen toward him. Is he the man you saw? Chen Ge leaned forward, studying the image. Several men exiting a building, their faces partially obscured by grainy resolution and poor lighting. The tallest among them had a tattoo on the back of his hand, a blooming peony. Yes, that's him. Peonies represent wealth in Chinese culture, the officer said, swiping to the next image. They're a common tattoo among gamblers. This man's name is Zhong Pang, habitual gambler, currently dodging a debt in the high six figures. We've got him tied to robberies and multiple muggings. He paused just long enough for the information to settle, then flicked again. Now, take a look at this. This time, the image looked like it had been pulled from a traffic camera. Grainy, cold, and clinical. After several zoom-ins, Chen Ge could finally make out the driver's face. Sitting behind the wheel was a frantic-looking fat man who bore an uncanny resemblance, about 90%, to the one Chen Ge had seen in the apartment. Looks familiar. With your description, we cross-referenced the traffic records database. The driver's name is Feng Chunlei. He's from out of town. Has priors, hit and run, DUI. The young officer set his phone aside and began methodically rearranging the papers in front of him. I believe I've gotten everything I need from you for now, Mr. Chen. However, you can't leave just yet. The main city's investigation team will be arriving shortly to take a more detailed statement. I trust you'll cooperate. After all, you're our only witness. Of course. Chen Ge leaned back against the bed, his nerves slowly settling. Just a few hours earlier, the Western Zhejiang City Police Station had received a call reporting an active murder at Ping An Apartments. The response was swift. Officers had encountered Chen Ge en route and, after a few pointed questions, split into two units. One team followed Chen Ge back to the wooden house to apprehend Wang Qi. The other pushed deeper into the surrounding forest to track down the tenants of Ping An Apartments. But when Chen Ge arrived at the wooden house, Wang Qi was already gone. All that remained was a thick pool of fresh blood soaking into the wooden floorboards. After seeing the fresh blood, and the disturbing heap of clothing strewn across the wooden house floor, the officers finally believed Chen Ge. They radioed the station at once, calling for reinforcements to seal off the entire mountain. As the key witness, Chen Ge was placed under tight protection. The police initially wanted to escort him back to the station, but he refused. The mission from the black phone was still active, and he wasn't about to fail it now. He claimed there was more evidence to be found inside Ping An Apartments and insisted his statement be taken on site. So they gave in. 4 officers were assigned to guard him, 2 stationed inside the room, 2 just outside the door. Chen Ge lay in bed, unmoving, eyes on the clock, waiting for the mission time to expire. At exactly 3 a.m., the door creaked open. A middle-aged officer in his 40s stepped in, removed his police cap, and snatched the water bottle off the table, downing several gulps without a word. Uncle Sanbao, that's mine. Chen Ge sat up in bed as soon as he recognized the man. Officer Li Sanbao, the deputy head of the Western Zhejiang City Police Station, wasn't just a familiar face. He was the same officer who'd handled the case of Chen Ge's missing parents. Back then, it was Uncle Sanbao who helped him claw his way out of the pit that depression had dug. You cheeky little punk, Li Sanbao said, setting down the bottle. Haven't I told you not to call me that? It's Superintendent Li, or Inspector Li if you must. Despite the scolding, a grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. I'll let it slide this time, considering you've done something halfway heroic. Chen Ge stood, hopeful. They caught the guy. Of course they did. Don't underestimate the city's investigation team. They've bagged Wang Qi, and the rest of the apartment dwellers, too. Only one still missing is Zhong Peng. That's great news. They've even found Wang Qi's fiancé's body, Li Sanbao said. Our forensic team's examining it now. Anyway, if you've got any questions, ask them fast. I've got a mountain of paperwork and politics waiting for me. Truth be told, Inspector Li had only come to deliver the good news in person. Chen Ge didn't miss a beat. Zhong Pang and Feng Chunlei are both escaped criminals, but what about the other two? The woman is Zhong Peng's wife. At most, she'll be charged with harboring a fugitive, Li Sanbao replied, sliding his cap back on with a practiced motion. The landlord's a little more complicated. Used to be a caretaker. Then got greedy, fell in with the rest, and helped them take over the old man's property. But as far as we can tell, he didn't lay a finger on the senior. No visible wounds. He paused, eyes narrowing slightly. Why do you ask? Just curious. Chen Ge glanced at Li Sanbao, then offered an innocent smile. Although, I heard that helping the police nab fugitives comes with certain benefits, yeah? The banner and badge will be mailed to you once the case is closed. Goodbye. F***CK. Wait. The young officer nearby couldn't help but laugh. Inspector Li's messing with you. If Wang Qi's confirmed as the arsonist from 4 years ago, the government might cough up around 30,000 renminbi. But the reward comes from the local treasury, not the cops. On top of that, the old man had offered a 5,000 renminbi bounty himself for any info about his family's death. So there's really a monetary reward? Chen Ge's lips curled into a grin the moment money entered the conversation. I was just asking for fun, of course. Naturally, I didn't do any of this for the money. Contributing to the preservation of peace in our fine, upstanding city? That's an honor beyond price. The young officer gave him a knowing smile but said nothing, returning silently to his post by the door. Later, once the investigation team had finished questioning him, the officers offered to drive Chen Ge home. He declined, repeatedly. The mission wasn't over yet, and he wasn't leaving until it was. He came up with excuse after excuse. He needed to retrieve something from room 208, or he wanted to accompany the officers to the 3rd floor to personally inspect the crime scene. Whatever it took to buy more time. He lingered until 6 a.m. Only when the trial mission completed notice appeared on the black phone did he finally agree to leave in the police car. As the scenery blurred past the car window, Chen Ge didn't feel even a flicker of exhaustion. Quietly, he slipped out the black phone and navigated to the mission reward screen. Player managed to reach the mission location on time, successfully found the party responsible for the murder, and survived until dawn. Trial mission, murder by midnight, successful. A new scenario has been unlocked. Player can manipulate the props inside the set freely using the interface available on the phone. Trial mission completion rate. Over 90%. Congratulations, hidden item unlocked. Wang Qi's missing person notice. Wang Qi's missing person notice. 11 malice points. Every day I search for the love that I killed. I killed her again and again, but she always manages to find me. Every morning, when I open my eyes, her stuff will appear in bed with me. I've already sealed her inside the wall, but she seemed to have snuck inside my heart. Chapter 26. Boss, you're on TV. Finishing the mission with a completion rate of over 90% gets me a bonus reward? When Chen Ge saw the hidden item unlock, a ripple of excitement surged through him, only to deflate the moment he read the description. Wang Qi's missing person notice? Is the black phone glitched or just sadistic? This feels more like a curse than a prize. As he reread the brief, another question tugged at the edges of his mind. Malice points. The phrasing suggested some measurable form of Wang Qi's hostility, quantified and contained. A living person wouldn't have any use for something like that. So who, or what, is this even for? He glanced toward the shadows stretching behind him. Then, with a slow shake of his head, he tried to jostle the thought loose. The police car rolled to a stop at New Century Park around 7 a.m. Chen Ge, running on fumes, asked the gate guard for the spare key to the haunted house. His body ached with the weight of the night. Every joint felt like it had been welded together with exhaustion. By the time he staggered into the staff break room, he swore his skeleton might just give up and collapse on its own. Fishing out his phone, he found it long dead, unsurprising. The live stream had cut off sometime during the chaos. He plugged it in and waited for it to come back to life. The phone's pedometer greeted him with a smug readout. Over 10,000 steps logged overnight. He was now perched at the top of his friends list. Even Sue Won had tapped like on the achievement. Looks like I really need to squeeze in some proper training. As long as I can run faster than the next guy, I'll be fine. Chen Ge scrolled through his contacts and tapped on Hisan's number. Instead of calling, just in case the guy was asleep, he shot off a quick message. Less than 3 seconds later, his phone buzzed violently. My word. Boss, you're still alive. Hisan's voice blasted through the speaker so loudly that Chen Ge felt the start of a headache behind his eyes. Did you want me dead that badly? And keep your voice down, you'll wake your roommates. Who's sleeping? We were all glued to your live stream, and we've been waiting to see if you'd crawl out alive. Honestly, Chen Ge was a little touched. He was just about to ask Hisan to thank his friends for watching the stream when the next comment came swinging in. After the live stream cut off, they all said you were definitely dead and started placing bets. Thanks, boss. You've covered my meals for the rest of the week. Chen Ge blinked. So, my life's worth a few cheap dinners now? You really didn't have to share that joy with me. He was utterly speechless in the face of Hisan's brutal honesty. In any case, boss, thank God you're still alive. I was half afraid you'd end up in our anatomy labs. You know, in our forensics course, the lecturer snaps pictures of victims right at their time of death, helps us study how a fresh corpse presents and all that. That's more than enough information. Chen Ge rubbed his temple, the dull throb behind his eyes threatening to split his skull. One of the main reasons I made it out alive is because of you. So, if I get the chance, I'll treat you to a meal. He hung up and opened his personal page on the video sharing app, only to blink in surprise. His follower count had jumped by over 3,000. Damn. Even a black screen pulls followers now? Curious. He tapped into his message inbox. It was overflowing. Host, are you still alive? Did you make it out? Blink twice if you're not dead. He scrolled through the flood of texts, lips curling into a crooked half-smile. These people. It's like they couldn't wait for me to die. When Chen Ge saw that the ad for his haunted house was still up, and that neither his live stream room nor personal page had been blocked, he exhaled in quiet relief. Tossing the phone aside, he sank into the pillow and stretched, bones creaking with fatigue. Time to power down. I've earned a damn day off. Peeling off his clothes, he closed his eyes. Sleep took him almost instantly. The sun rose over New Century Park, casting golden slats of light across the bed's edge. Bang! The haunted house gate slammed open downstairs. Footsteps thundered up the stairs. Fast. Frantic. A key scraped into the lock. The staff break room door flew open. The bed jolted like it had been caught in an earthquake. Chen Ge shot upright in bed, heart hammering like a drum. Before he could get a word out, something waved right in front of his face, followed by a shrill, breathless voice. Boss, you're on television. It took him a full 2 seconds to re-enter reality. Sue Won was perched beside his pillow, her eyes gleaming with excitement. A light floral scent drifted from her hair, brushing against the chaos of his morning. Silently, Chen Ge grabbed the comforter and pulled it up to cover his bare chest. Slow down, he mumbled. What about me? This is the first time someone I actually know has made it onto TV. Your face is mosaicked, sure, but I recognized you right away. Mosaic. He still hadn't caught up with whatever she was rambling about. Look. Sue Won handed her phone to Chen Ge, eyes still gleaming. It's a snippet I pulled from the internet. Jiujiang Morning News ran a last-minute segment. Chen Ge tapped play. The video opened with a familiar shot. Ping and apartments, bathed in early morning light. Justice always prevails. A breakthrough has emerged in the arson case that claimed the lives of a family of 4 at Fu and apartments 4 years ago. Thanks to the assistance of a kind citizen, authorities have apprehended the true culprit, who will now face justice. The broadcast cut to a short interview and a grainy photo of Chen Ge leaving the scene beside a police officer. His face had been thoroughly pixelated. A caption crawled beneath the image. Due to one suspect still being at large, the identity of the assisting citizen has been temporarily withheld for safety reasons. Boss, that's you, right? You're wearing the same clothes you had on yesterday. Do you mind letting me put some clothes on first? Chen Ge shook his head and sighed. Once dressed, he gave Su-won a brisk rundown of what had happened at Ping and Apartments the night before. He left out the real reason he'd gone. No mention of the black phone or its twisted incentives. Instead, he told her he'd been searching for inspiration to expand the haunted house. Su-won's expression shifted dramatically as she listened. Boss, you must be exhausted. Please, take the rest you need. I'll handle the visitors. She meant it out of kindness. But the moment Chen Ge heard the word visitors, it was as if someone had flipped a switch. How many? More than yesterday. Then what are we waiting for? Help me up. Chen Ge sent Su-won ahead to man the entrance while he rushed to the restroom to splash some cold water on his face. Refreshed, barely, he pulled out the black phone and tapped into the murder by midnight scenario. Murder by midnight, scream factor. This scenario has been completed. Feel free to go up to the 3rd floor to take a look. Warning. The haunted house is running out of internal space. New scenarios shall not be unlockable until further expansion. Chen Ge had expected to prep props, maybe adjust the layout, but once again, he'd underestimated the phone. When did this get installed? Shoes on, heart quickening, he bolted up to the 3rd floor and pushed open the door. The space beyond had completely transformed. The cluttered storage space, once overflowing with unwanted props, was gone. In its place stretched a long, narrow corridor that practically dripped with unease. The newly unlocked scenario was massive. It sprawled across more than half of the 3rd floor and even cannibalized sections of the 2nd floor's Minghun and the 1st floor's Night of the Living Dead. So now there are 3 full levels. 1st and 2nd are just the appetizer. The 3rd's where the real nightmare begins. But why does it look so much like Ping and Apartments? Chapter 27. New item. Chen Ge stepped into the new set, taking a moment to familiarize himself with the layout. The structure mirrored that of Ping and Apartments. Claustrophobic corridors, skewed architecture, and an atmosphere saturated with anxiety and pain. The entire space seemed to breathe, its every corner pulsing with unseen tension. More than 10 traps had been embedded throughout, and the rooms were intricately linked by hidden doors, twisting the layout into a disorienting maze. A handful of particularly cruel surprises had been tucked away for good measure. This place feels disturbingly real, perfect for an escape-the-room experience. I'll let the visitors run through it in a minute. As he stood there, the memories from the previous night clawed their way back into his mind. A shiver slid down his spine. He hadn't just designed horror, he had lived it. Pressed for time, Chen Ge gave the set a cursory inspection before heading downstairs. After all, the customers were already waiting. Before Chen Ge even reached the front door, he heard Su-won trying her best to maintain order. Please be patient, she called out. I'm sure boss is coming. In the meantime, you can check out the other attractions in the park. A man's voice rose above the murmuring crowd. Hey, girl, are you sure your boss is actually in the haunted house? We watched his live stream last night. He was being chased by more than 10 people through the woods. You expect us to believe he got out of that mess alive? You're kidding, right? Someone else chimed in. I was watching too. He was trapped in some apartment by a bunch of lunatics. They were closing in fast. There's no way he escaped that setup. Are you all sure we were watching the same live stream? Someone scoffed. Last night, all we got were sound effects and a black screen. How the hell did any of you come up with that much detail? Doesn't matter, another voice shot back. We're here to see him. If not his living self, then his dead body will suffice. The growing noise and animated chatter drew the attention of Uncle Sue. He eyed the swelling crowd with a conflicted expression, equal parts pride and concern. Ever since a certain turning point, the dilapidated haunted house had inexplicably become New Century Park's main attraction. These days, people started lining up before the gates even opened. Ordinarily, this kind of turnout would be a cause for celebration. But every time Uncle Sue overheard what the visitors were actually saying, his heart clenched with unease. This can't go on much longer. When I see Xiao Chen next, I need to have a serious talk with him. The boy's got drive, no doubt about that, but I can't let him lose himself down some dark path. The gate creaked open. Chen Ge stepped out of the haunted house, calm and composed despite the tension in the air. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. The haunted house is now open. Ticket price is 20 renminbi. Children are not allowed. The crowd fell silent at once. A few enthusiastic viewers immediately swarmed him, peppering him with questions about the previous night. For a brief moment, Chen Ge basked in the chaotic glow of notoriety. His 5 minutes of fame. Then, as if nothing had happened, order returned. The visitors filtered into the haunted house, one after another. After the chaos of the last incident, Chen Ge wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. He no longer ran Black Friday on loop. Instead, he buried it within a long playlist of sound effects, set to play at random intervals. Unpredictability was its own kind of terror. He helped Su Wan with her makeup, transforming her into something pale and unsettling, before sending her off to stalk the guests through the Ming Han scenario. Meanwhile, he stayed at the entrance, calmly managing the ticket booth. Visitor counts going up, and word of mouth is spreading fast. If things keep trending this way, I'll hit the expansion threshold in just a few days. Pulling out the black phone, Chen Ge checked his progress toward the required number of visitors, and more importantly, to see what new daily mission had rolled in. Easy mission. If you want to provide the visitors a scary experience, then first you have to pay notice to the rhythm and tempo of their experience in the haunted house. Setting off the scare too early might cause the visitors to lose their interest, so it is suggested that you install some sound detectors or surveillance cameras in the haunted house to keep track of your visitors' progress. Normal mission. The key to a good scare is the element of surprise. For example, put up the scary source opposite from the spot that normally captures the visitor's eyes. Inspect the haunted house to see whether all the props fit this criterion. Nightmare mission. There are weird sounds coming from the bathroom every midnight. If you want to know why, follow my directions. Daily missions will refresh every day at midnight. User can only apply for one mission each day, and the reward corresponds to the difficulty of the mission. Beware. The more difficult the mission, the more dangerous it'll be, so please choose carefully. After a quick glance at the daily missions, Chen Ge immediately ruled out the nightmare option. 2 sleepless nights had taken their toll. What he needed more than anything right now was rest. Besides, he already had one mirror monster haunting his to-do list. He seriously doubted he could handle a second one without cracking. Nightmare missions usually give me personal upgrades, skills, traits, weird perks, but the higher the reward, the higher the risk. Not worth it today. The easy mission required tech and hardware, surveillance cameras, sound detectors, none of which were currently in his budget. Until that bounty money for capturing Wang Qi comes in, this one's off the table. That left the normal mission. Scare placement, huh? Set the horror opposite from the viewer's line of sight. Honestly, not a bad concept. If I pull it off, it'll add a whole new layer of surprise to the haunted house. Decision made. Chen Ge accepted the mission. After accepting the normal mission, Chen Ge leaned against the entrance, casually keeping the line open with Su Wan over their comms. By noon, the crowd had started to thin. He called Su Wan out and told her to take a lunch break, then quietly made his way back to the Ming Han scenario alone. This particular scenario had been his personal project, each scare meticulously crafted with intention. Now, with the new mission in mind, it was time to refine and enhance. Visitors usually entered the haunted house already bracing themselves. Their defenses were up. Jump scares alone wouldn't cut it. What he needed was misdirection, a baited hook. something to grab their focus and convince them the threat was coming from one direction. And then, just as their attention was locked in place, the real scare would come from somewhere they never expected. To Chen Ge's surprise, the normal mission turned out to be far easier than expected. After just a few hours of adjustments, his black phone buzzed with a new alert. You've completed the normal mission. There is more than one way to scare a person. The element of surprise is the key to a good scare. Congratulations, you have gained the mission reward, Dr. Skullcracker's uniform. Dr. Skullcracker's uniform, item, attire. Clark worked at the mental hospital for over 20 years. Constant exposure to mental patients slowly distorted his view on life. One day, he decided to end everything once and for all. He believed the source of madness had seeped into his patients' brains, so the only solution was to crack their skulls open to remove the source directly, all in the name of saving his patients. Following Black Friday, Chen Ge had now received yet another item. He tapped into the app, and the black phone confirmed. The new item is stored in the props room. Perfect timing. If I integrate this with the murder by midnight scenario, it could turn into something truly special. A dozen ideas sparked to life in his mind. He grabbed a pen and scrap of paper, quickly jotting them down before they slipped away. His phone rang. He-san. Chen Ge answered. What's up? Boss, you remember what I told you last time? He-san's voice was hushed, like he was speaking from a closet. About the seniors in our faculty? The ones who swore revenge after you scared Gao Rushue into tears? Yeah, well, they've formed a freaking war party. They're already on their way. Boss, you'd better brace yourself. Chapter 28. Different from what you told us. They're coming right now? Chen Ge didn't seem remotely bothered by the idea of He-san's seniors showing up. I'm risking my life giving you this intel, He-san whispered hurriedly. They're planning to film some funny video inside your haunted house and upload it online to make Senior Gao laugh. Don't be mad, okay? Our course only has 5 classes, and there are like 7 girls total. The one you made cry. Easily the prettiest. So, boss, please go easy. He-san caught the sound of approaching footsteps and hung up before Chen Ge could respond. They want to shoot a comedy video in my haunted house? Chen Ge slipped his phone into his pocket, a slow, wicked grin creeping across his face. They say med students have stronger stomachs than most. Perfect. They'll make ideal test subjects for the new scenario. Let's see who ends up laughing. After the lunch break, Chen Ge headed downstairs to open the front gate. A fresh wave of visitors, those who had missed the morning rush, poured in with renewed enthusiasm. Some had come deliberately after watching Chen Ge's videos and live streams online. Others had been dragged along by friends or family. A few were just curious. A line that long had to lead somewhere fun. Right? Ticket price is 20 renminbi. For the best effect, we suggest groups of 3, Chen Ge called out, keeping the crowd in line as he coordinated with Su Wan. The two of them were already stretched thin, managing crowds, selling tickets, answering questions, keeping the illusion alive. Time blurred in the chaos. By 3 p.m., 7 sharply dressed university students strode into New Century Park with the air of a squad on a covert mission. Without hesitation, they headed straight for the haunted house. Each of them had a distinct vibe, some aloof, others intense, but none were especially talkative. They stood silently in line for the haunted house, their collective stillness giving the air an oddly grave tension. A few minutes later, when a previous group stumbled out clutching each other like survivors of a small war, the tallest of the newcomers stepped forward. Boss, 6 tickets, he said. His voice was low and gravelly, like he smoked too much or just didn't talk unless he had to. Chen Ge looked up and scanned the group behind him. But there are 7 of you. This one's just our courier, the tall youth said, dragging He-san forward by the arm. Boss, I'm not going in, He-san stammered, the trauma of his last visit still fresh in his mind. He forced a weak smile before darting back into the crowd like a man dodging conscription. Since you're already here, How could I possibly leave one of you standing outside? Chen Ge handed the tall youth 7 tickets. You're all from Zhejiang Medical University, right? A pleasure. His unexpected warmth threw the group off. The medical students, who had clearly come in with a bit of swagger, suddenly looked sheepish. He-san, the tall youth said, passing out the tickets. Since the boss is treating us, it'd be rude not to accept. But rather than heading straight in, the group formed a loose circle just outside the entrance, drawing curious stares from the other guests. It looked less like a queue and more like a last-minute huddle before a dangerous mission. He-san and I will be one team. Monkey and Lao Zhao, you're another. Lao Song, Xiao Hui, Shi Ling, you 3 take the rear. Everyone's memorized the tactics from the forum thread before we left, yeah? Yes. It's all memorized. The layout's already been mapped out by He-san, the tall youth continued. We know every trick this place has up its sleeve. No fear. No screw-ups. We're not about to embarrass Zhejiang Medical University. Understood. From here on out, get into the zone. Pump that adrenaline. Breathe like you're skydiving, like you're strapped to a bungee cord at the edge of a cliff. Get every cell in your body awake. Be fierce. Be tough, someone added. Fiercer than any ghost. You're not scared of anything. Do you still remember the oath we swore when we joined the university? The tall youth barked. A straight heart leads a right path. Zhejiang Medical University, speaker of the living and the dead. All right, let's go. The mini pep rally was so rousing that even a few nearby visitors started clapping. Some whistled. One guy raised his phone to record. Even Chen Ge, stone-faced as usual, couldn't help but feel the slightest flicker of admiration. He-san and the tall youth broke off from the others. The 2 of us will lead the way, the tall one declared. Wait for our good news. They marched toward Chen Ge like soldiers headed to the front line. Just the 2 of you? Chen Ge asked, raising an eyebrow. Your rules say a max of 3 per group, don't they? Oh, that's just for the Ming-Hun scenario, Chen Ge replied casually. Don't worry about the fine print. This time, all 7 of you can go in together. Wouldn't want the rest of you wasting daylight. He led them through the entrance and into the haunted house, where the temperature seemed to drop noticeably, the chill thicker than it had any right to be. Before we begin, I'll need all of you to sign the disclaimer on the table. He gestured without looking. By signing, you waive any and all rights to sue the haunted house for injuries, real or imagined. Only then can we proceed. Wait, this wasn't here last time, He-san muttered, eyeing the table suspiciously. That's because, Chen Ge said with a gentle smile, you were my first customer to faint inside the attraction. The group of students shifted uncomfortably as he continued, still wearing that disarming grin. I'm sure He-san's already briefed you all on the place's history, so I won't repeat the details. I'll just leave you with a little reminder. And a warning. His smile faded as he pulled out his phone and opened a news article. The case at Ping and Apartments, 4 years old, was finally solved this morning. But one of the killers is still at large. He let that hang for a beat. Of course, this has nothing to do with us. That said, when I got to work earlier today, I found the door to the haunted house wide open. Looked like someone had already been inside. He glanced back at them, tone casual but eyes sharp. Ping and Apartments and New Century Park. They're both on the west side of town. Probably nothing. Hopefully just me. Overthinking. With just a few carefully chosen words, Chen Ge planted the seed of doubt. He didn't need He-san's group to believe it. He only needed the idea to take root. Imagination, after all, could always summon horrors far worse than anything reality had to offer. Once the disclaimers were signed, Chen Ge guided them up to the 3rd floor. He paused at a heavy wooden door and, with theatrical slowness, pushed it open. Welcome to Murder by Midnight. A cold draft drifted out from the darkness beyond. The corridor inside stretched ahead like a tunnel into another world. Dim lighting flickered. The shadows clung stubbornly to the corners. Half-open doors lined the hallway, each one a potential hiding place. It felt like eyes were watching them from just beyond the thresholds, waiting for the right moment to move. The hallway funneled into a twisting staircase that spiraled downward without end. Maze-like passages branched off in every direction, each more claustrophobic than the last. The ceiling was scorched black, and along the walls were frantic gouges, scratches clawed into the surface by something, or someone, desperate to escape. The fire in the group sputtered the moment they saw what awaited them. One by one, they froze at the threshold, the bravado draining from their faces. In perfect synchronization, they turned to glare at Hisan. "Where's the Sihiyuan? This isn't what you told us. I trained all night with weights to lift that coffin lid, damn it." The silent accusation in their stares nearly made Hisan cry. The poor guy looked ready to bolt, turning pleading eyes to Chen Ge. But Chen Ge offered him no rescue. "The theme of this scenario is murder by midnight," he said evenly. "Please refrain from taking any pictures. Violators will be personally responsible for the possible consequences." He let that last phrase hang in the air just long enough. "The exit is hidden somewhere inside the set. You have 20 minutes to find it. If you wish to surrender, just shout toward any camera, and I'll come get you." As they stepped into the corridor one by one, Chen Ge gave them a final, cheerful smile. Enjoy. Chapter 29. Su Wan. Dr. Skullcracker. The door to the murder by midnight scenario clicked shut, a crisp mechanical sound that snapped through the silence like a manacle tightening around the medical students' hearts. "Hisan, based on your previous experience, what do you think our best course of action is?" "Find the exit as soon as possible." After locking the door, Chen Ge pulled out his phone and called Xiao Wan. "Boss, what's the hurry? The visitors are already inside the building, aren't they?" Su Wan's voice crackled through the line. Dressed in full ghost bride regalia from the Ming Hun scenario, her pale death makeup and trailing gown made her an unsettling figure as she darted around the halls. "I've built a new scenario on the 3rd floor. It's called Murder by Midnight. The group of medical students should be the perfect test subjects." Chen Ge pushed open the door and used the black phone to search for the things he needed. "But shouldn't the new scenario be inspected by park management before it can be used?" Su Wan met up with Chen Ge and followed close behind, lifting her traditional skirt above her ankles so she wouldn't trip. "Boss, what are you looking for anyway?" "The uniform I personally made for you." "Uniform?" In the farthest corner of the room, Chen Ge spotted a familiar wooden box. He hadn't expected it. The same box that had once contained the doll and the black phone had appeared out of nowhere. He walked over and lifted the lid. At the bottom sat a strange-looking hammer, a blood-soaked robe, and a yellowed missing person notice. "Found it." Chen Ge pulled out the robe. It looked like a standard doctor's coat, until he lifted it. The thing was absurdly heavy, weighed down by iron chains sewn into the fabric. The chains themselves were etched with human faces contorted in various degrees of agony. "Boss, this is the uniform you made for me?" Su Wan instinctively stepped back, recoiling from the thick scent of blood that seemed to emanate from the fabric. "Can I not wear it? Extras at the haunted house are actors, Xiao Wan. Think back to what your drama teachers always said. An actor has to become the role, no matter how twisted." Chen Ge unfolded the robe fully, and something tumbled out from the folds, a faux human skin mask. Even he hadn't known it was part of the outfit. He bent down to pick it up, and just one glance sent a cold shiver down his spine. The mask was stitched together from scraps of male faces, jagged seams crisscrossing like the patchwork of a lunatic tailor. Its rough, uneven finish only made it more terrifying. "Boss, don't tell me I have to wear that too." Su Wan had already backed up to the door. "Just try it on, please. I want to see the full effect. I'll be the ghost next time, okay? Pretty please." Chen Ge's voice was sweet, but carried the oily persuasion of a fairy tale devil tempting some poor soul into damnation. "Fine. I'll try it on." Suwon finally gave in. She took the skin mask and robe from him, then casually stripped off the ghost bride outfit right in front of Chen Ge, showing no concern for his presence. As she pulled on the grotesque new costume, she muttered, "Boss, seriously, your idea of a uniform might need a serious update." The moment Suwon wrapped the chains around herself and slipped into the blood-soaked robe and stitched together mask, something shifted. A subtle but unmistakable transformation took hold of her. Like cruelty, madness, and malice had seeped into her bloodstream with the costume. "Not bad," Chen Ge muttered. He didn't dare let her see a mirror. She might scare even herself. "Come on, carry this too." He reached into the box and pulled out the bizarre hammer. Roughly 40 centimeters long, its handle resembled a human spine. At the end was a hook, designed to latch onto the robe's inner chain. On either side of the hammer's head were thin, wicked bloodletting needles. "It's hollow, so it's not too heavy," he said. "But if it gets annoying to run with, feel free to just drag it across the floor." Suwon had already surrendered to Chen Ge's bizarre ideas. She simply nodded and took the hammer without complaint. "Place your phone in your outer pocket and make sure your earpiece is working. Keep the channel open. If there are no questions, it's time to begin." "Us. Boss, you're entering the scenario too." Suwon turned to look at him. Her mellifluous voice, distorted slightly by the grotesque skin mask, carried an unsettling chill. "Of course. Come on, let's move. The visitors are probably getting bored waiting for us." Chen Ge sent Suwon into the murder by midnight scenario while he returned to the main control room. Within minutes, the shadows of the 7 medical students appeared on the monitors. They were even bigger cowards than Gao Rushue. Judging from their expressions, the tension was already working. They were nervous, visibly so. After all this time, they're still milling around the entrance? Chen Ge narrowed his eyes at the screen. "Looks like I'll need to give them a little push." He switched the background music to Black Friday, then called Suwon. "Xiaowon, this new scenario is massive. It covers not just the 3rd floor, but parts of the 1st and 2nd as well. There are staircases on both ends of the map, left and right. Don't wander aimlessly or you'll get lost. Now, listen closely and follow my instructions." "Understood." Once the line went dead, Chen Ge applied some makeup to himself and slipped into the murder by midnight scenario via the staff passage. Thanks to the black phone, he could control more than a dozen props and traps scattered throughout the set. That single tool alone made Murder by Midnight far more dynamic than either Minghun or Night of the Living Dead. On the darkened floor, a bathtub in one of the rooms slid aside with a low groan. Chen Ge crawled out from the hollow beneath it and carefully returned everything to its original position. "Xiaowon, they're probably near room 207. Go stand by at the left staircase and wait for my next order." He let his eyes adjust to the shadows before quietly heading up to the 3rd floor via the right-hand staircase. Meanwhile, the group of medical students remained oblivious to the fact that danger was already in motion. They were still sifting through random props, trying to spot anything that looked remotely like a clue. Other than the dim lighting and low temperature, this haunted house isn't that scary. Are we overreacting a little? Monkey, the smallest and most talkative of the bunch, broke the silence. "Brother Feng, I think we should split into 2 groups. That way we can cover ground faster. If we keep sticking together, we'll never finish in time." The tall youth monkey had addressed as Brother Feng stood quietly, weighing the situation. After realizing that all their prior preparations had been useless inside the Murder by Midnight scenario, he'd been a little shaken. But as time passed, and nothing overtly terrifying happened, he began to relax. The place wasn't nearly as frightening as he'd expected. "That's not a bad idea," he finally said. "All right then, Monkey, Lao Song, you 2 take the girls and search the rooms on the left. The 3 of us will handle the right side." "We should have done that ages ago," someone scoffed. "I don't get why you're all so jumpy. This place is like a park compared to our school's morgue." The speaker was a girl with dyed hair, one of the few in the group. Unlike Gao Rushue, she wore makeup, subtle but polished. She looked more like a working adult than a student. Sister Hui, Brother Feng, we really shouldn't let our guard down. I still think we should stick together, He-san said, half hiding behind the others, his lips drawn into a constant pout. The boss of this haunted house doesn't operate with normal logic. None of you have seen his live streams, but trust me, he's a madman. Zero regard for his own life. Chapter 30. Eighth person. He-san tried his best to convince them, but his seniors remained unmoved. Every one of them assumed he was just exaggerating to cover for his cowardice. After all, seeing is believing, and they'd already been inside the haunted house for several minutes without anything particularly terrifying happening. Yet, if you're that scared, Xiao-san, you can always hide behind your big sister, said the girl known as Sister Hui as she confidently took the lead. She strode into the room next door alone. Same old props. Honestly, I'd rather be in bed binging a crime drama. Then we'll split up, just like we planned, Monkey said, jogging after her. Let's find the exit already. I'm getting bored. Lao Song and a quiet girl named Shi Ling trailed behind them, leaving He-san, Brother Feng, and Lao Zhao standing alone in the corridor. Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed, Lao Zhao muttered. He was a rotund fellow with skin paler than most girls, and so out of shape he'd break into a sweat after just a few steps. Save your breath. Let's keep moving, Brother Feng said with a wave, striding ahead. Lao Zhao lumbered after him. He-san was soon left alone in the corridor, the only one still on high alert. Something bad is bound to happen. He took 2 cautious steps, then stopped cold. Wait. The background music changed. But why does it sound so familiar? He strained to listen, but before he could place the tune, a sharp sound sliced through the ambient noise. He snapped his head toward it, but just as quickly as it came, it was gone. The sound had come from farther down the corridor. Someone's chasing us? He-san didn't dare stick around to confirm. He rushed to catch up with his seniors. Black Friday marked the true beginning of the murder by midnight scenario. The lights dimmed. Objects scattered across the corridor began to shift, on their own. And from the stairwell below, the metallic rattle of chains began to echo upward. I found something. Sister Hui called out from the front. She stepped out of a room holding a ragdoll in one hand. This was just sitting in the middle of the room. Senior, please don't go touching things in the haunted house, He-san said urgently. Last time, someone moved a coffin and triggered a trap. But no one listened. They never did. He-san stood quietly on the outskirts of the group, watching his senior stride down both a figurative and literal dark path. There's got to be something important about this doll, Monkey said, holding it up to the dim light. I mean, it was sitting right in the center of the room. Could be some kind of clue. The doll resembled a little girl, 5 or 6 years old, maybe. Her eyes were missing, and her entire body looked scorched. No eyes. That's gotta mean darkness. And the burnt body? Fire of hell, maybe. Or maybe it's murder by arson, Brother Feng added, pressing the doll's soft body with his hand. There's something in here besides cotton. Feels solid. Open it up. Monkey found a zipper along the doll's back and tugged it down. Inside, the stuffing wasn't cotton, it was shredded paper. He pulled out a piece at random. The handwriting was jagged and messy, like something scribbled by a child. What's it say? Monkey, the only one who had read the paper, stood frozen, his face clouded with gloom. Slowly, he opened his palm to show the group. There were only 6 words, scrawled in bold, uneven strokes. All of you have to die. All the pieces say the same thing, he muttered. How deep does the hatred have to run, someone whispered, to write something like that? Put it back. I don't like this. Shi Ling, who had barely spoken until now, took one look at the doll and instinctively backed away a few steps. It's just a doll, Monkey said, though his voice betrayed a tremor. Probably just some creepy little prop they threw in for atmosphere. He shoved the paper back into the doll's body, zipped it up, and tossed it aside. The doll tumbled into a random corner of the corridor. Let's check the next room. Despite his bravado, the quiver in Monkey's voice betrayed the anxiety creeping up from inside. Wait a second. Xiao Hui raised her left hand, holding up a crumpled piece of paper. Aside from the doll, I also found this in the room. Looks like some kind of diary entry. Let me see that. Lao Zhao snatched the paper and began to read aloud. I feel like there's another person hiding in the house. I wonder if he's under the bed or inside the cupboard. I told Mommy, Daddy, and my big sister, but they were too busy with other things to listen. When night came, Daddy checked all the doors and windows to make sure they were locked before bed. I don't know why they're so afraid of what's outside, when there's someone hiding inside the house. F***CK. What is this? Lao Zhao stopped mid-read and shoved the paper back into Xiao Hui's hands. It's all just designed to mess with our heads. We can't fall for it. I've got to hand it to them. Impressive attention to detail, Xiao Hui said with a dry smile. But that alone is not enough to scare me. She slipped the paper back where she'd found it, and the group moved on to the next room. None of them noticed the doll they'd abandoned in the corridor. Its scorched body gave a sudden, subtle twitch. Let's quit wasting time and find the exit, someone grumbled. They had already searched 5 rooms and found nothing. Now they stood at the farthest end of the corridor, no closer to an escape. This floor's massive, Brother Feng said, thinking aloud. There's no way we can search all of it within the time limit. Honestly, I doubt the exit's even on the 3rd floor. If I were running this haunted house, I wouldn't put the entrance and the exit on the same level. So, are we splitting into groups again? No. That's exactly how we get picked off. Hisan cut in, his voice sharp. If we're not on the same floor, it'll just make it easier for us to be divided and conquered. The group responded with the same energy they always gave him. Absolute silence. Then, as if on cue, they collectively ignored him. We've been in here over 10 minutes and still nothing. Sure, the atmosphere's decent, but it's not exactly terrifying, Lao Zhao said, wiping sweat from his forehead. I say we split up. Don't forget why we're here, to find the exit before time's up and win back the face our university lost. You're right. We'll divide up like we originally planned. Just as the group reached a consensus, Hisan stepped forward, finally snapping. Will you guys please listen to me? He marched into the middle of the group and pointed down the dim corridor. For the past few minutes, I've been hearing something. It's coming from the staircase. Something is following us. With Hisan's warning still hanging in the air, the others finally started to hear it too, the clinking of chains, faint at first, but steadily growing louder. The boss already said this scenario's called Murder by Midnight, right? So obviously, there's got to be a murderer, Lao Zhao said, clapping Hisan on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. The killer's just an actor, some employee in costume. Nothing to be scared of, yeah. The group chuckled, brushing off Hisan's unease like it was a bad smell. Relax, your seniors are here to protect you, Lao Zhao said with mock reassurance. He pulled out his phone. Anyway, didn't we plan to shoot a short video in here and post it on the boss's feed? This spot's not bad. Everyone, look at the camera. Lao Zhao tilted the camera, angling for a shot that could fit everyone in the frame. He glanced at the screen, lips parting to say something, then froze. A cold, indescribable chill surged up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His entire body shuddered. Without a word, he flung the phone from his hand like it had burned him. Fatty. What the hell's wrong with you? Seriously, what are you doing? You scared the crap out of me. Lao Zhao didn't respond. He just stared at the group, face pale, teeth rattling in his skull. Count for yourself, he whispered, voice barely holding together. Including me. Why are there 8 of us?